4th of August, good morning. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. It's time to bring you some updates of the news. Why is today being marked a holiday? Details in this package. I'm Thelma Taki. Thank you for staying with us. The president, Nana Akufo-Addo, has rejected the notion that Ghana's first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, solely funded Ghana, while acknowledging Dr. Nkrumah's undeniable contributions to Ghana's independence. The president emphasized that the struggle for the nation's freedom was a collective effort spanning several decades. He highlighted the vital roles played by groups such as the Aborigines Rights Protection Society, the British West African National Congress, and the United Gold Coast Convention in achieving freedom and independence. President Akufo-Addo was speaking in a live broadcast to commemorate Founders Day.
I speak to you this evening, rejecting completely the notion that Ghana was founded by one man. Whilst Kwame Nkrumah's contributions to our independence are undeniable and unassailable, it is important to acknowledge for our self-respect that the struggle for our nation's freedom was a collective effort spanning several generations. Kwame Nkrumah, with his charismatic visionary leadership, was undoubtedly a major actor in the final lap of our journey to independence. His ability to galvanize the masses and articulate a clear vision for a free Ghana inspired many. However, it is essential to recognize that Kwame Nkrumah stood on the shoulders of past leaders. The groundwork laid by the Aborigines Rights Protection Society, the British West African National Congress, the United Gold Coast Convention, and many other organizations and individuals provided the foundation upon which Kwame Nkrumah built the Convention People's Party, CPP. And indeed, that is why he was careful to associate the name of his new party with that of the Convention. The contributions of the leaders before him were instrumental, as is natural in the continuum of history, in shaping the political landscape that facilitated Kwame Nkrumah's rise to prominence. Even though comparisons may be invidious, it is worth recalling that George Washington, the victorious general of America's War of Independence from British colonial rule, and the first president of the United States of America, is not described as the founder of the United States. The accolade of the founding fathers is reserved to the group of 56 persons who assembled at the Philadelphia Convention of the Continental Congress to write and promulgate the Constitution of the United States of America. Happy Founders Day, and may God bless us all in our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Meanwhile, President Akufo-Addo has encouraged Ghanaians to recommit to the principles of democracy as reverence to the sacrifices made by Ghana's forebears. He said citizens must solidify the country's democratic gains by contributing to making independent institutions more robust and resilient.
On August 4 annually as a national public holiday to commemorate the contributions of all the people, notably the Big Six, who led the struggle for Ghana's independence. In a live broadcast to mark the day, President Akufo-Addo asked Ghanaians to demonstrate a high sense of patriotism and the tolerance of divergent views.
We should continue to advocate national unity and social cohesion. Our diversity is one of our greatest assets, and we should work to ensure that every Ghanaian feels included and valued.
On the upcoming elections, the president reiterated the government's commitment to ensure a transparent, free and fair exercise. He said the vigilantism and related offences law will be enforced strictly to maintain the peace of the country before, during and after the general elections.
We should intensify the process of building strong professional security services that will not only continue to guarantee law and order and the stability of the nation, but will also help guard the nation against external threats, especially during these troubled times when the terrorist insurgency that has already engulfed the Sahelian area of our region is threatening to engulf the rest of West Africa, including the coastal states too.
In view of the fact that August 4 falls on a Sunday, the President has declared Monday, August 5, 2024, a public holiday in accordance with Section 2 of the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Act.
And as the nation marks Founders Day, a pressing question hanging in the air is this holiday still worth celebrating? Some Ghanaians on the streets of Accra shared their opinions with GBC News.
Founders Day is very important to every country because it will make the young people know where they are coming from. Then that will send them to where they are going, because it is the father or the founders of this nation that laid the foundation for Ghana to grow up to today.
For history, I say, yet to me when founders are or mine, yet to me because sir, or my honey, any founders are.
They've done a lot for us, especially the leaders, Kwame Nkrumah, Akwaje, Obecha Bilante, Oforiata, JB Dankwa, and the president's father. Yes, they've done a lot, so we really have to celebrate. But after celebrating it, there are more to it.
And the Founders Day, I won't hear say you celebrate too, because some did that big says for no say or more, and I know more. And to a moon here say you celebrate too.
For me, I think it's very worth celebrated because they have told a lot for this nation or us as a country, and they have come together, worked very hard for the development and for the improvement of this nation. So for me, I think it's worth celebrated.
I didn't know say what I say. Yes, if you are a new and I change a coffee there, but I want say and I was celebrated there. Maybe one is a from Subia and the
Chief Justice, Justice Gertrude Tokonu, says the judiciary will soon set up standalone courts for debt recovery cases. She says this has become necessary as a result of the bulk of debt recovery cases filed at the court, piloting the shift system recently introduced. Chief Justice Tokonu said this at her third encounter with court correspondents to appraise them of the progress made by the various departments of the judicial service towards a better justice delivery system.
At the Judicial Press Corps meeting, selected departmental heads of the Judicial Service, including ICT, the Judicial Training Institute, Monitoring and Evaluation, and Archives, made presentations on work progress towards improving on the work of the Judicial Service and the court. The Director of Monitoring and Evaluation, Papa K. Macy, giving a breakdown of the number of courts in the country, said the Judicial Service is exploring the possibility of establishing at least one court in every district within the next 5 to 10 years. From statistics shared, it was evident that some 71,781 cases have been filed as part of the e-justice system initiated by the Judicial Service as of July 2024. The e-justice, also called paperless court, is part of the government e-transform program that seeks to automate the existing manual filing system within the court's registry. The Chief Justice, Justice Gertrude Tokonu, giving a review on the ongoing court shift system, said over 30,000 cases on debt recovery have been filed at the courts piloting the system.
We would create standalone courts for them and any other debt recovery companies that wanted assistance. So we are looking at Saturday courts, we are looking at afternoon courts, so that these cases can be moved out of the normal schedules of the judges. Otherwise, one judge will find himself with 5,000 cases. It's inappropriate. On the 6th of August, on Tuesday, we'll be launching the small claims debt recovery courts. And we will start with LA.
The CG also noted that there will be a digitalized land database for persons who would want to procure land
to enable them cross-check the availability of the parcel of land before buying it. She noted that together with a committee of justices, this would help address the issue of land litigation.
On the campaign trail, the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Mr. John Mahama, has pledged to prioritize the completion of the Eastern Corridor Road and the Tamale Dam for irrigation purposes in the next NDC government. During his tour of constituencies in the Upper East region, he urged people to vote massively for him and all NDC parliamentary candidates to support these critical projects and more.
During his campaign in the Upper East region, the NDC flag bearer, Mr. John Mahama, engaged with chiefs, queen mothers and the youth. A massive crowd warmly received him in Widana in the Posiga constituency. There, he expressed confidence that the NDC will retain the Posiga constituency seat and urged all members and sympathizers to support the party's bid to regain power in 2025.
Lokacin da Allah ya baya shine lokaci. Na zo yi magana da mutanen Fusuga, kama mu duka mu zo mu gama hankulanmu, mu yi baci guda, mu bari Hajiya Ladi ka ci nasara cikin zabi-zabin na so that NDC ya retain Fusuga seat.
The parliamentary candidate for Posiga constituency, the current sitting MP, Hajiya Ladi Ayamba, emphasized the need for unity and hard work ahead of the December election. Meanwhile, in the Timpani constituency, Mr. Mahama praised the NDC leadership for fostering unity in the area. He also highlighted several development projects that the region can expect if he is elected into power.
We started the Tamale irrigation dam. I expected that within 8 years that dam would have been functional. Unfortunately, up till now, it has not been completed. NDC is going to come back and complete the Tamale Dam so that our young people can have land to farm. We are coming to continue the Eastern Corridor Road so that if you're going to Accra, you don't have to go through Bolga. You just go straight through Bushegu, Yendi, Bimbilan, Damanko, Opanta, Yasika, Boboy, and you're in Accra.
In every constituency, he engaged with the youth. The crowd patiently awaited his arrival, even as dusk approached. He highlighted several projects from the NDC's previous administration and encouraged voters to support him and all parliamentary candidates in the Boko, Posiga, Garu and Timpani constituencies for further development initiatives.
Let's focus on health now. The Bono East Regional Director of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Frederick Adumaku says regular health screening is necessary to reduce the prevalence of hepatitis B and C, ultimately leading to a decrease in liver cancer cases. To effectively combat the disease, particularly in the Bono East region, Dr. Adumaku says his outfit has introduced an initiative to screen, vaccinate and educate residents within the region about the risks, transmission and treatment.
From data at the Bono East Regional Health Directorate, there were 2,149 hepatitis B and C cases recorded in 2019, 2,409 cases in 2020, 3,404 cases in 2021, 2,336 cases in 2022, and 2,216 cases in 2023. Speaking to the media on this year's World Hepatitis Day theme, be vigilant, get regular liver checkups, and prevent fatty liver diseases in Kintampo, the Bono East Regional Director of the Ghana Health Services, Dr. Frederick Adumaku said hepatitis B vaccines are available for preventive treatment. Even though hepatitis C has no vaccine, it is curable. He said innovative measures are in place to protect newborns and prevent the prevalence of the disease in the region.
Now, childhood vaccination has encompassed hepatitis B vaccine. So at birth, they are given hepatitis B and they are followed up and given. And not only that, we make sure that any pregnant woman coming for ANC is screened to make sure she's having or not. Because if she's having, there are things that we are supposed to do to protect the unborn, and once the baby is born, protect and also link the mother to care. So we have a lot of interventions that we have put in place, all in a bid to address this managed hepatitis B and C.
The medical superintendent of the Kintampo Municipal Hospital, Dr. Anthony Chum, also spoke to GBC News.
Management of patients with hepatitis. Most of these patients who come in needing emergency services are patients who have basically reached their end stage. Patients who come with acute abdomen, patients who come with distended abdomen, who may need oxygen, who may need some form of medications. Within our capacity, we are able to manage those patients and then get them more. Those who have
Mrs. Joyce Eshen is the Bono East Regional Chief Nursing and Midwives Officer.
So the nurses are giving refresher training courses every year so that they will do the right thing. Aside that, we ensure that the facilities also have what it takes to sterilize these instruments when it comes to decontamination, when it comes to sterilization, so that they can reuse the instrument on other people so that they will not also get the infection. Aside that, how to dispose of the syringes and needles that they use. We have a way of disposing the syringes and needles. We can't just leave it anyhow.
Hepatitis B and C is a viral infection that attacks the liver and can cause both acute and chronic diseases. Samuel Ayama, GBC News, Kintampo.
The Catholic Diocese of Wa in the Upper West region now has a new bishop. Most Reverend Francis Bomansang, missionary of Africa, was ordained at the regional capital. He succeeds the late Cardinal Richard Cure Bawaber, who passed away in November 2022 in Rome after a short illness. Most Reverend Bomansang's ordination attracted people from across the country and beyond, including former President John Mahama.
In May 2024, His Holiness Pope Francis appointed Most Reverend Francis Bomansang as the new bishop of the Wa Catholic Diocese. Born on January 19, 1962, Most Reverend Bomansang took his final oath in the Society of Missionaries of Africa in 1990 and was ordained into the priesthood in 1991. Prior to his appointment, Most Reverend Father Francis Bomansang served as the Superior General at the Generalate of the Missionaries of Africa in Rome, Italy. At his inauguration service, the Bishop of the Domongo Diocese, Most Reverend Peter Paul Yilezuome Ankia, encouraged Most Reverend Bomansang to advocate for the voiceless in social, political, and moral matters.
For the time will come when people will not tolerate sound doctrine, but following their own desires and insatiable curiosity, they will accumulate teachers and stop listening to the truth and will be diverted to myths.
Former President John Mahama urged the Catholic leadership, particularly the Bishops' Conference, to remain unwavering moral voice in society, unafraid and impartial.
I wish to assure you that my comrades and I would work with you to maintain the total peace and progress of our country. It is my hope that our president and the members of his government and party will make a similar commitment to work with us all for a successful election and a peaceful nation.
The Bishop of the Sunyani Diocese, who doubles as the President of the Ghana Catholic Bishops' Conference, Most Reverend Matthew Jimfi, pledged to assist the new bishop in his new position.
We are confident that you will lead the people of the Diocese of Wa with wisdom, compassion, and unwavering faith. We are particularly eager to collaborate with you in addressing the challenges and opportunities facing our church at this time in our country's.
Bishop Francis Bomansang becomes the 5th bishop of the Wa Diocese in 65 years.
On the international front, Nigerian President Bola Tinubu has appealed for protests to end after bloodshed during 3 days of demonstrations over a deepening cost of living crisis. At least 7 people have died and more than 700 have been arrested since Nigerians began a nationwide rally on Thursday for the first of 10 planned days of rage. In the U.S., the judge overseeing Donald Trump's 2020 election interference case has dismissed an effort to have it thrown out. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan said Trump's legal team had provided no meaningful evidence, saying the former president is being prosecuted for vindictive and political purposes.
Trump has been accused of spearheading a widespread effort to overthrow the results of the presidential election he lost to Joe Biden. He has denied wrongdoing and has previously claimed the Biden administration is behind the prosecution. The case returned to the federal court in Washington, D.C., following a major Supreme Court ruling that concluded he had partial immunity from prosecution. In a motion to dismiss it, Trump's lawyers argued he had been singled out for prosecution, while other people who questioned the election results had not been. His lawyers also suggested Trump's political opponents had launched the prosecution to prevent him from winning re-election. Both arguments were rejected, with Judge Chutkan writing in her ruling that Trump was not charged merely for challenging the results, but because he had made knowingly making false statements in furtherance of criminal conspiracies and for obstruction of election certification proceedings. She also criticized his lawyers for misinterpreting news stories they cited in their motion, adding that they were wrong to argue that the prosecution had a political motive. Federal prosecutors allege Trump pressured officials to reverse the results, knowingly spread lies about election fraud, and sought to exploit the Capitol riot on 6th January 2021 to delay the certification of Biden's victory and stay in power.
At least 37 people were killed and over 200 others wounded in an attack on a beach hotel in Somalia's capital, Mogadishu. Authorities said one soldier was killed and another wounded, while the rest of the dead were civilians. According to witnesses' reports, there was an explosion followed by gunfire.
East Africa affiliate Al-Shabaab said it is through its radio station that its fighters carried out the attack. The Lido Beach area has in the past been targeted by militants allied to Al-Shabaab. The most recent attack last year killed 9 people. In a separate attack on Saturday, state media reported that 7 people died after a passenger vehicle hit a roadside bomb some 40 kilometers from the capital. Somali President Hassan Sheikh last year declared a total war on the militants as the country started taking charge of its own security. Al-Shabaab still controls parts of southern and central Somalia and continues to carry out attacks in Mogadishu and other areas while extorting millions of dollars a year from residents and businesses in its quest to impose an Islamic state.
It's time now for the weather report. Know what to expect in terms of weather before you step out of the house. Felicity Ahafianyo has joined us with some details. Good morning, Felicity. What can you tell us? Felicity, good morning. We're trying to get a sense of what our weather will be like today as we go about our holidaying activities, and we've been joined by the good friends we have from the Ghana Meteorological Authority, and Felicity Afianyo is on our phone lines now. Good morning once again, Felicity. What can you report for us today?
Yeah, good morning, Chalma. I'm better today than yesterday. For the forecast for today, we expect it to be variably cloudy across the 16 region with 30% chance of slight rain or drizzle expected this morning over the coastal strip stretching from Aflau all the way to half past May. Part of Greater Accra is also on our radar for some slight rain or drizzle. Then those in the upper east region, those that share borders with Burkina Faso, we have just some few areas, Bolgatanga and Navrongo, to also have some showers this morning. Temperatures in the afternoon will range between 29 and 33 across the 16 region, with the highest being expected to be recorded over the north, 29 over the coastal strip. For the state of the sea, we expect it to be rough. So fisher folks are still advised to take precautions if they want to navigate on the ocean. Volta Lake, pretty cool for any activities. But then late afternoon, we expect some showers formations over the OT region and part of the northern portion. So they should watch out for some showers, but it's not the type that will bring distraction.
Felicity, thank you for those updates. Felicity Afianyo is the chief forecaster, the Ghana Meteorological Agency, giving us the weather updates for today. It's now time to bring you the results for Sam Lotto, and the numbers will be on your screen now. Alpha Lotto, the winning numbers for precise Sunday: 52, 81, 3, 69, and 39. The winning numbers for Alpha Lotto precise Sunday: 52, 52, 81, 81, 3, 69, 69, and 39, 39. Those were the winning numbers for Alpha Lotto precise Sunday. And that's it for the news. It's a holiday edition of GTV Breakfast, and we'll trust that you stay with us for the rest of the programs that we have for you today, conversations that we'll be having on all the topical stories making their rounds. I am Thelma Taki. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back shortly.
for. And right in our BFS clinic, we're dealing with tummy problems this morning. When does it get that serious for you to go to the hospital? To give us answers to our questions, Senior Medical Officer at Wejakbawe Municipal Hospital, Dr. Emefa Jide. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning.
What is a tummy ache?
Well, just discomfort and pain, or just any bad feeling in the tummy. But usually most people, when they talk about tummy issues, then they mean they're having a bit of a diarrhea or like running stomach. Yeah, so.
When does it become, I mean, is it self-treated?
Well, okay, let me just first define. A diarrhea is when you have frequent loose stools more than 3 times in a day. Okay, or if it's very watery stools, they're passing very watery stools. Yeah, usually it's acute and it's self-limiting. It stops about after 2 or 3 days, it should stop. So when it persists longer, or when you're having severe symptoms, that's when you should seek medical treatment in a hospital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say, do people trivialize stomach problems or tummy issues? Oh, my stomach, they pain me. Okay, I take something.
Well, yeah. There are like 2 different kinds of people. There are people who would just push it aside, and then there are people who would go to the extreme, not extreme per se, but they'll go to pharmacy or hospital. Like the moment they have one watery stool, then they start to panic and worry. And some will go to a pharmacy and then get any medication that will be given to them to try and stop it so that they can go about their normal activities. Yeah, so.
What brings about diarrhea and tummy problems like that?
Yes, so usually it's a viral infection. That's the commonest cause. It's usually a viral infection, and it's self-limiting. Mostly adults, maybe almost everyone gets a diarrhea about once a year at least. Children
like
probably.
A birthday. Once a year.
No.
Okay.
Well, that's like generally speaking, and in children probably maybe twice a year. Yeah, generally like that. But it's usually viral, and it goes on its own. But sometimes it's bacterial, and in that case, you may need treatments.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you break it down for us? What's the difference between a viral infection and a bacterial infection with respect to tummy problems?
Well, they are both microorganisms, but usually viral infections, the body can bring up a defense against it with the immune system. But with the viral infections, most often you need to get some medication to treat. Yeah, and sometimes too, it's from the food we eat. Sometimes there are some toxins in the food, like food poisoning. There could be some chemicals or something in the food or in the water that you're drinking. At other times, sometimes it's medications that the patient is taking. Maybe the person is having cancer or some autoimmune disease. Some medications that they are on can trigger diarrhea. Sometimes some drugs containing magnesium, the antacids which have magnesium, and also some supplements as well, so they can trigger a diarrhea. And then there's also diseases of the intestines itself. There's inflammation within the bowel. So that one causes a more chronic diarrhea. So that one, the diarrhea can persist for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, continuous diarrhea.
Is that not life-threatening? How can you be having a diarrhea for 4 weeks?
Well, it depends on how much of the stool and water the person is losing. So maybe the person will be having frequent, so maybe about 3-4 times a day. It's not that severe. But there are some cases that are quite severe, that's maybe like 6-8 times only in one morning. So those are more severe. But there are others that are not that severe, but they can be chronic, and that points to a disease of the bowel itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it true that infants and then the elderly people are at serious risk of problems from tummy aches?
Yes, especially infants and small children, they are at a higher risk of getting dehydration from the diarrhea, because if you look at their body size and their mass, if they are passing that much watery stool, they are losing a lot of their fluid from their body.
So dehydration is when you lose a lot of water?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the elderly?
The elderly, yes. The elderly, yes, but not as much as the young children. Yeah.
Is there first aid that you can administer before you take somebody with tummy problems to the hospital?
Yes, yes. So there are some things we can do at home, because most often they are short-lived, the diarrheas are short-lived. You can just try to replenish the fluid and the electrolytes. Most often you can take coconut water.
Okay. That's a home remedy, right?
Yes.
Right. What does the coconut water do to the stomach?
Oh no, it has some electrolytes in the water as well. Yes. Okay. So it's better than just drinking only water, because the diarrhea, you lose the electrolytes as well, and the electrolytes help to balance the water in the body.
Okay.
Yeah. So the ORS that's most common, you can get it at any pharmacy. Or you can prepare the mixture at home yourself.
How do you do your own ORS at home? What's the formula?
I don't remember the exact
salt and water?
Yes, salt and water. There's a ratio, but it's a little more sugar than salt anyway.
All right.
But there's a ratio.
Okay, and that helps to create the kind of electrolytes you need.
Yes, yes, that gives the balance that you need. All right. Or you can have fruit juice, diluted fruit juice as well. That could also help. Okay. And then you could also have foods that will solidify the stool. So bland foods like dry bread, not a sandwich or anything, like just bread. Bread? Yes, bread. Or crackers, the unseasoned and flavored crackers. Okay. Plain rice, or maybe rice water, oats. It also helps to solidify the stool a bit.
Will Gary help? If you want solid food, the Gary will be the number one.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so that kind of solidifies it and prevents the passage of water.
Yes,
and then you take the person to the hospital.
You can stay at home for like the first day and then just see how it goes. That's if the symptoms are not severe. If it's just maybe some tummy upset, a little bit of cramping, and they maybe feel the urge to pass stools, but you go to the toilet and nothing comes out, you can wait it out, give it 24 hours, 48 hours, and then just watch and see. But if the symptoms are severe, if the pain is quite significant, or if how much you are losing is a lot, or if there's vomiting in addition, then you have to go to hospital. If the stool as well, there is blood in the stool, or there is a lot of phlegms in the stool, yeah, or if maybe you have signs of dehydration, feeling lightheaded, dizzy.
And can you lose weight with excessive diarrhea?
Yes, yes. You can actually lose weight like significantly, yeah. But more often than not, people don't let it go that far before they come. Yeah. Yeah. But if the symptoms are quite severe, you come to the hospital immediately. But if it's not quite severe, maybe you've just passed 3 stools, it's not so watery and all that. It's just a bit of an inconvenience. Maybe you're not sure if you can go to work or travel a long journey and those kind of things. Yeah. So those things. But generally, you can just wait it out and see. But if the symptoms are severe, and especially if you have a fever in addition, then you should go to a hospital. Yeah.
How often do you see tummy problems in your practice in a week? I mean, is it a frequent thing?
Well, it's actually quite frequent. It's you see several a day, but most often, before people come to hospital, they've gone to pharmacies and they've gone to try all those other things as well.
Is that advisable? There's a lot of self-treatment in the system, right?
Yes. So if it's not so severe and you're going to the pharmacy to get ORS, zinc tablets on the first day, it's fine. But going and getting antibiotics and drugs like Imodium, Collodium, those drugs actually halt the movement of the intestines.
To
push out the food. So if it's an infection, if it's a bacterial infection, or if it's a toxin in there, the body's natural response is to move faster so that it brings it out. Yes. So once you stop that movement, that means you are keeping the pathogen or you are keeping the toxin within your system, and then it will rather be more harmful to you. So it's better to avoid those drugs that will try to stop the movement of the bowels, and just try to drink more fluids and then let the thing take its course.
Makes you wonder why the pharmacists are giving them the drugs, but that's for another day. Tummy problems can be life-threatening.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me look at my notes here. So when it goes into dehydration, that's when it's more of a problem, especially with small children. So with small children, we don't like to take a lot of risks with the small children. If you see the children they are not passing much urine, either they are not passing urine at all, like 4 hours, 6 hours, no urine is coming out. The child is drinking water excessively. The child is getting weaker and those kind of things. You have to get to the hospital as quickly as possible.
Why would the child be drinking a lot of water but not passing urine?
Because the water is coming out through the diarrhea, the stool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a danger sign.
Yes, yes. So when that happens, it could lead to a renal shutdown. Because
kidneys will stop working?
Yes. Because all the water, instead of going through the bloodstream and supplying the kidney, is coming out through the digestive system. So there's a problem there, and then it stops. Yeah, so usually the solution to that is just to give some IV fluid, some drips, to put the fluid directly into the bloodstream, and they get well. But if you don't do that, then it can lead to the further problems, and it could even lead to death.
Do you find that people tend to underestimate tummy troubles? They think, oh, it's just a stomach ache.
Well, you see, people handle pain and discomfort differently. So it's not easy to judge. So someone might be having severe symptoms and the person say, oh, it's nothing. And someone, it might be just a mild symptom, but then the person might be very anxious.
Take me to the emergency, that kind of thing.
Yes, yes. So it depends. So you have to be measured in how you look at it. So if there are some people who they don't usually complain. So the moment they complain, you take it seriously. But there are some people who are get anxious very easily. So the least thing, they want to go to the hospital. It's always good to go to the hospital. But then if you want to wait maybe a day and then observe it, if the symptoms are not severe, you can wait. But if the symptoms are severe, there's vomiting, there's fever, there's blood in the stool, you have to come to the hospital as soon as possible.
Can you remember a situation where prompt action actually made a big difference in dealing with somebody who had tummy issues in your practice?
Oh, well, a lot of times it does, especially with the infections. Something like cholera, those kind of, they come in vomiting and then passing the watery stool. Once they come in and then you give them the fluid, they get better quite quickly. You just give them the necessary antibiotic treatments, and less than 24 hours, they can go home. They are good. Yeah.
Now that the southern part of Ghana is experiencing rains, do you expect to see a lot more maybe cholera issues and abdominal issues because of sanitation matters?
Well, nowadays, since COVID, I think people have been taking more time washing their hands and using hand sanitizers and those things. So that has helped a bit. So I don't know, now that some time has passed, maybe it might be an issue. But generally, once the sanitation, the hand hygiene is quite good, and people are more watchful of the kind of water they drink. Now there's a lot of the sachet water, so people are not usually drinking maybe from a river or some just puddle of water that they take to drink. It's actually quite beneficial to like society in general.
Okay. What are some of the common mistakes that people make with respect to their tummy issues?
Well, okay. Another thing is maybe taking of drinks. Some people say Coke helps to stop the diarrhea. That is not true. Actually, the carbonated drinks, it actually irritates the lining of the bowel.
Oh.
Yes, so it can actually make the diarrhea worse.
Okay.
Yes, so avoid those fizzy drinks, Coke and a lot of sugar, those kind of things. And also alcohol. Alcohol actually causes dehydration.
It makes you drier. It takes out water.
Yes.
Okay.
So you have to avoid alcohol.
People drink alcohol when they have tummy problems?
Well, some people, they have these concoctions and things that they take and all those.
What appeal? I mean, what are they drinking to do with their tummy problems? That's quite serious, eh?
Yes, yes.
Alcohol?
Yes. People do a lot of strange things, especially in the name of herbal preparations. When they make their preparations at home and those kind of things. So they mix in a little bit of this, and I don't know why people do that. But
because alcohol will actually make it worse, right?
Yes, yes. It will actually make you more dehydrated. So yeah, so you have to avoid that. And sometimes it could be from lactose intolerance.
Meaning they can't tolerate milk.
Yes,
milk
so dairy
products.
Yes, so milk, cheese, yogurts, those kind of things. So there are people who have they have a lack of the enzyme that's supposed to break down lactose in the body. So when they take in the sugar causes this osmotic effect, and then it pulls a lot of fluid into the bowels, and then it's a diarrhea.
Okay.
So similar to that, there's also people who have difficulty in breaking down fructose. So that's the sugars in fruits and in honey. So that will also cause diarrhea for those people.
Okay.
And in a few cases, people also have problems with digesting gluten. So that's in wheat. So wheat containing, so things made with flour.
Okay.
So bread, cake,
cakes,
pastries.
biscuits.
Yes, biscuits. And also pasta, spaghetti, the ones made with wheat. They could also lead to a diarrhea. So sometimes if the person notices that this particular food, when I take it, it gives me a diarrhea, then they should know that probably they have maybe an intolerance in that aspect.
Okay. So it's a matter of just knowing your body really and knowing what works for you and what doesn't.
Yes.
As we wind down the conversation, what are some tips you can give people with respect to tummy problems?
Okay. Well, generally, I've actually said that.
Yes, recap it for them. Somebody just probably tuned in.
Yes. So generally, just take in more fluids, especially with electrolytes. So coconut water. If you take the fruit juice, dilute the fruit juice, or you can buy the ORS at the pharmacy, and then you can have some zinc tablets as well to it. Yeah, so that would help to reduce the diarrhea and reduce the dehydration aspect. To also try and solidify the stools, you can take in bread, just raw bread or toasted bread. Just don't add...
No spread?
No.
Eat the bread?
Just eat the bread.
All right.
Or rice, plain rice. Or rice, water, oats. Yeah.
It's not a meal, so no stew and things.
No. Yes, just like that, without milk, just like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Margarine is not part of it. So rice, so bread.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, basically those kind of, to try and solidify. Just avoid spicy foods, things that you know that would irritate the bowel. If you know the food, when you put in your mouth, it will make your tongue burn you. Then you know that it will do the same thing on your stomach lining, your intestines. So you have to avoid those kind of things.
Okay. And they write it on medication. If symptoms persist, see your physician. How long do I have to wait before I think I need to go and see Dr. Jide in the hospital? Okay,
so if the diarrhea is not severe, and by severe, I mean if there's fever means it's severe, vomiting means it's severe, if there's dehydration, feeling lightheadedness and those things, it's severe, or if there's severe, more pain, yes, you have to go to a hospital. If not, and it's maybe just 3 or 4 stools in the whole day, you can just wait it out, give it a day or 2 at home. If it still persists after 2 days, then you can come to the hospital for some tests. Maybe we'll do some lab tests. We'll take the blood, we take stool sample and see.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I think you're up to date with what you need to do. As far as tummy troubles trouble you, my guest has been Dr. Emefa Jide. She is a senior medical officer at the Wejak-Bawe Municipal Hospital. We'll be looking at tummy troubles. In case you missed this conversation because it was a holiday and you're chilling in bed, just go to Facebook, look for GTV Ghana, and you will see us having a chat all over again there like magic. All right, and then share the link to all your friends this beautiful holiday. We've got a lot more coming up for you. Social media corner at 7, sports at 7:15, headlines at 7:30, and more around the corner. You stick around, stay with us.
Hey, you know one of my favorite parts of that song there? Crow, 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 crow. Oh my goodness me. Happy Founders Day to each and every one of us. Welcome to the social media corner on hashtag GTV Breakfast. My name is Jay Gabra. A lot of things happening over the weekend. There was the Adan Asafotufian Festival. All the roads were leading there as well. And of course, Parade 24 is still trending. And I remember this pole vaulter who was trying to go over his pole, but unfortunately, the pole in front of him disqualified him. He lost because of that. It was an amazing sight to see. So to all the Olympic athletes and everyone, competing, we say congratulations to you all. And to Team USA, if you go online and look at Team USA for one of their teams, it's full of, you know what, I'll bring you all those trends later. But for now, one of our very first stories, it's a road construction is trending on X. because one of the aspirants for Abokuma Central decided to fix the roads and is creating all this buzz on social media. We have a screenshot of this road construction, and so this is Okaikwe Central, Okaikwe Central, so this is Project Heartwarming, fixing of Mancheman Road, Kafodon Street, Apenkwa electoral area in pictures. Hashtag Okaikwe Central, vote Boama. So it looks like the usual when it's time for elections, then we do all these things. So it's creating a whole lot of buzz on social media. A lot of people have jumped on it, and it looks like they're unhappy with what is going on. So it's like, why wait till now to fix the roads and stuff like that? It's like you could have done this earlier. But if you go on X, it's Okaikwe Central is trending because of this. So to the people of Okaikwe, this morning we are asking you, what do you think of the road construction? Is there a long time coming? What do you make of it? So so the page we took the screenshots from is from the incumbent MP Patrick Heartwarming. That's fixing of the roads and all in the Apenkwa electoral area in pictures. So yes, so I understand his main opponent coming this election, Baba Sadiq, who is also running for that same position in that area. So that is trending. Why is he now fixing the roads? You know, the usual halabaloo, kind of thing. Even Khalid has a very supportive tweet, in support of this road construction. Yes. So the road construction is trending. And now we are moving on. Another place that is trending is, of course, Teshi. Teshi is in the trends. I remember one of my guys went to park his car, and unfortunately for him, he woke up in the morning. And let's just say, even though his car was there, his car wasn't there because the stuff they've taken from the car, he couldn't move the car again. Yes, so sometimes some Uber drivers too, when they receive orders from that place, a number of them complain because of theft and stuff. They are not going into that area. So Teshi is in the trends, and this is why.
Charlie, listen. If you get car, anybody in your family, your wife, your husband, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, anybody, if you get car, just listen to this. Don't scroll. Just pay attention and listen. Because this thing will save you. It will save you, pa. It will save you. So just listen. For Accra here, in Accra, Teshi penny, Teshi around that, Teshi, you go through something. See car where I park down. Last time, you can't steal, for Teshi, you can't steal my side mirror. Whoever know, Accord, everybody know with sensor, they know how much this thing, just the mirror, it costs. I got this, one side be 1,004, 1,000 something. So the two of them, I get them for 2,000 something. So I go buy them, then I put my name for top, OTK, I put that for top. I put OTK for top. So now this around, the person come, you know steal them, you know if you steal them. So guys, listen, so you pull, you get car. Just listen. As now they come, my sensor will do the front here. I don't know if you can see. Human being can come out. Human being can come on my sensor. For Teshi. Human being can come out. Human being can come out. Human being can come out. See everything. See for here. See, they come on everything for Teshi. So if you get car, just be vigilant. If you get car, just Charlie, you will probably, please, maybe share this video. The person will do that thing for Teshi and other places. Here you go watch this video. Guy man. See, your time will come one day, you understand? This is the second time you do this thing to me. You do, I go buy, then continue. I take that shoe. I'll go buy the sensor, fix them. Can't steal them again. I will still go buy different one, fix them. But your time go catch. Where that whatever you are doing, faith go catch up with you. You understand? Then you go lessons. You will die for this cause. You go die. So me I don't go talk. So you get car, everybody get car, Charlie. I will advise you, be vigilant. I will advise you. There's alarm on this car. I don't know how the guys are doing it. I don't know how they are doing it. So just be careful out there. And to you guys that you they steal, oh yeah, go ahead, keep stealing, eh? One day. Okay. Peace.
Yeah. So what's your Teshi story like, bro? We feel your pain, a lot of pain going on in there. He's telling us a story, warning all the thieves and all. Keep stealing, he says. One day, your time will come. So we have some screenshots of various people who are also sharing their Teshi stories, and apparently Uber boat drivers also don't go there after a certain period of time. Driver says, boat drivers know they go Teshi stuff. You know take care, then go rob yourself. Wow, they were still the human being also. Bright Senanu says, it's sad how people in authority in Teshi and Ongwa can't rise up to resolve this issue. Honestly, we can't belittle the impact that it has on the community and its growth. Also, in any emergency situation, when these drivers don't accept a ride, what will be the result? Hashtag Teshi. And so Mr. Law, when he shared the video, his caption was, Teshi is gradually becoming the second Kaswa. Hey. Second Kaswa. Hey. So, okay, so there were people losing manholes in Kaswa and people are losing car accessories in Teshi. Interesting. So, Dr. Daryl MBE says, this is why when I order rides, they don't come with the crying emojis. Now, innocent people are also affected because once the area is noted for that, Kobna Xiao says, after a week, if I can't park for the same place again, the same person goes on come. It is sad. Just Uber drivers know they go to Teshi and go after 5 p.m. It gets why. Mr. Law responds, I know this thing, why. Kwan Bekel says, they came to steal my laptop in the night too. Oh, sorry. This thing, they paying pass. Hey, I feel bro in pain. Oh, freedom official, you understand. Easy Peasy says, a lot of lazy, I read idiots did that side, and these parts are not cheap. Okay, yeah, that's true. The car parts are not cheap. Maverick says, the thing go on, Charlie. These sensors, the cost. Hey, but Teshi too, hey. So these are some of the reasons why Teshi is all over in the trend. So I don't know what your story is. You can share with us as well. And for now, Mr. Law, we say get the law on your side. Yeah, hopefully all this will be resolved. Now we're moving on to the very next trend in terms of surprising parents. One currently making the rounds on TikTok is where they say, give me my money. And then they shout until they get to that last person. And they're like, give me my money. And it's like, they leave you hanging. I remember one of my guys, way back, graduation, he invited his parents and his mom was sitting down waiting. They called first class. They didn't mention his name. Second class upper. They didn't mention second class lower. They didn't. Third class, they didn't. And then they mentioned pass and they mentioned his name. She shouted. She was like, hey! It was a beautiful African moment, like African parent moment. Anyway, yes, one person, one daughter, surprising her father.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you tripping? Welcome aboard, guys. This is your first officer, Eileen, speaking. On behalf of my captain and the entire crew, I would like to welcome you aboard United Express Flight 6182 to Livornia. I wanted to take a brief moment to introduce a very special passenger. On board with us today is my dad. My dad flew in from Trinidad and Tobago to visit me for a couple days in Houston before heading back home to Livornia. I dropped him to the airport and I told him I was going to Albuquerque today. Surprise!
She tricked me. She told me she was going to New Mexico.
She did trick you. Daddy, I wanted to express my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Your belief in me has been the wind beneath my wings. I couldn't have come this far without you, and thank you for always being present in my life.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoy this flight as much as I enjoy having you on board.
I'll try not to tear. Thank you.
On behalf of me and my entire crew, I'd like to thank you all for flying with us today. And fun fact, my dad actually wanted me to be a doctor. Welcome aboard, you guys. Thank you.
Oh, unlike my friend, this was such a lovely surprise. It's a touching scene to see. She's really did surprise him. Now, there are a lot of things we do in Ghana and Africa that we take for granted. But in this next video, we're asking a very simple question. Is this animal cruelty or not? Yeah, be careful of a lot of goodwill when it comes your way. So the question is a very simple question. Is that animal cruelty or not? Yeah, so let us know on our social media feeds. Now, we're going to our very next trend. And speaking of our next trend, you know, we call something kanzo here in Ghana, the hard part of your rice and everything. So when you want that part, you can even order extra when you go to your favorite vendor. And then it has this crunchy sounds and everything. Now, there's this video making the rounds on social media. A lot of Ghanaians happen to jump into the comment section and say, what are you saying? Why are you calling this again? Because somebody says they discovered it, and then this is what they call it in their country, and Ghanaians are not having it. This is the video.
This is hands down the best thing you're ever going to put in your mouth, and it's called tadik. It's Persian crispy rice, and I grew up eating it almost every single night for dinner. And here are my top tips to making it in a pot with salt.
You know, because will be that. With all this, you know, how you prepare it and everything, all we have to do, like Boskap is saying here in the studio, just bend the rice. Bend the rice. You know that, yes, you have very good kanzo. That's all it is. And all this, anyway, you know, branding takes you a long way, because all the way from Persia, we are seeing it right here in Ghana. Yes. So Lil Wayne is in the trend this time because he was giving a speech at a graduation ceremony, and the speech he delivered is trending. I'm not going to say much, but just watch the video.
Guests, Director of Education, esteemed community leaders, members of my school management and PTA committee, esteemed parents and guardians, my beloved students, ladies and gentlemen. Munya ubitre ne dos munya ubitre. Me yalin tire dos. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. I am very thankful to stand before you today on this special annual speech and prize giving and graduation day. This day is important for us, all at Great Minds International School. As many of you know, I was recently involved in an accident at Abokuma, just before the premiere of my long-awaited movie, A Country Called Ghana. Sadly, a young boy lost his life in the accident. I want to use this opportunity to express my deepest sympathy to his family. Given the intensity of the crash, it is a miracle that I am alive today. I am also grateful that my crew members and the boys' father, who were in jail, who were in jail, have now fully recovered. Your support, strength, and prayers have been very helpful throughout these hard times. Despite these difficult times, I am dedicated to the future of Great Minds International School. We aim to provide the best education for our students, preparing them not just for exams, but for life. During our anniversary that was held last 2 years, I assure you to introducing international curriculum which will allow our students to travel abroad for exchange programs to learn from different culture and expresses. I am glad to inform you that my wife and I work here tirelessly to gain a contract in the UK last year. However, at the final stage of introducing it, we expressed an accident which caused the delay. This accident not only has affected the introductions of the international curriculum, but also slowed down the Great Minds International, the Great Minds Annex building, which was planning to be open this year.
Welcome back. That was very exciting to listen to. So we're moving on to another student. How do you call it? We want some explanation as to how this is possible. The student was becoming first in all the positions, and yet their overall position in the whole class is what is baffling everyone on social media. Enjoy this video.
A possible say why exams and your position in your first. Remarks when you're excellent, sir. Then acronitin to so 42. But my charming tears, yes, a baby too much remas, yeah, men tears here. Hey, where third term, second term, so did or more repeat the same thing. Any, and so the same thing, or sign toss 40. And this a teacher knew, say, Madame O. O, Shana say, position no, unim shisha. Jai school, Jade Cherano, my one funny puffro. They said, I'm no idea. I didn't know position out of first, yeah. One man excellent, we are quarter to 40. We are what should I say? Oh, yeah, they are proving my fan. And tears yet. The teachers for more, how much they must see, I mean, yes, yet.
Some people in the comments were saying it's a scam because maybe her child forged all the grades but forgot to change their position. But then again, to help you explain the situation, she wasn't the only person who was first. So on the average, out of all those people who were first, she was the 40th. Yeah, so there were people who were more first than your ward, if that makes sense to you. Yeah, so don't go and harass the teacher or anything. Oh, so we're wrapping up SMC. Before we go to sports, this is Ghana's contingent at the 1964 Olympic ceremony. See the comments, they can see everything representing, and those who didn't have scorn. We are going to Studio 5. Let's go to Studio 5. Yes.
And welcome back. It's now time for GTV Breakfast Sports. I am Alti Tider Sadek. Lots happening on the local and the foreign front. Let's begin our tour from the Black Princesses, who won 4-0 in the pre-World Cup friendly against Hazaka's ladies. Now, Ghana's women on the 20 side, the Black Princesses, earned a resounding 4-0 win over the Women's Premier League side, Hazaka's ladies, the champions, in a friendly on Friday, August 2, 2024. Now, the match played at the Cape Coast Stadium saw Salamatu Abdullahi net a brace as Princess Owusu and Abiba Issa scored a goal each to seal the win. Salamatu broke the deadlock in the 26th minute of the game to give the Princesses the lead, and she scored her second in the game with a superb finish minutes into the second half. Princess and Abiba later stepped up to score 2 late goals to seal the win for the Black Princesses, and the match formed part of preparations for the Black Princesses ahead of the 2024 Under-20 Women's World Cup. Ghana is in Group E of the Under-20 Women's World Cup and will face Austria, New Zealand, and one-time winners Japan. The match also served as preparation for Hazaka's ladies, who are also going to play in the CAF Women's Champions League WAFU B qualifiers. And away from women's football to men's football, let's look at matters around Hearts of Oak, because winger Vivian Kujo, I beg your pardon, let's look at stories around more women in football. Winger Vivian Kujo speaks ahead of the second campaign at the CAF Women's Champions League, the WAFU B qualifiers. Let's bring that to you.
Baby, would you know? I feel we will chuma Hazaka's 1-1 qualifying for Champions League. And ma we can walk okoye. I wanna walk on like we do few in some walk okoye and say inti ama dama no shawon Ukraine. There when we sani on walk so ntu mo still are there hope or they go to walk more Sunday because we can try and but for fina one for atama with him with the second rather. We back at the wire one grown in tea with him since we face team Kofi Nigeria, Kofi Burkina Faso, and Kofi Niger. What back at the pressure the wonder? The pressure be alone because you when there today in the league I am on Ghana here and the pressure be alone. When Black Princesses have a friendly match, in the man could them. I bet if they, I mean, fans now what's the results now? No to me shake a crumple. I bet if they, able to mark and what that's when I'm crying. The market fans from the scoreline, and yes, I am scoreline 19 ball game. Now, you pay how you was team no money performance in Intina Yakobo, them finding match. See, I also you the performance and you're bad. See, you hope that you be probably better with him, but one more share score line, no one find judge team because there's a team that you do and they're finding match and they're very solid. I able to me this why you training P Fititakra day or Daba Winiba or Tiodo preparations look then why you ready for tournaments now? Ready the they are working the starting but to me a compare squad na Wobo 2021.
And that's Vivian Kujo there. We wish them the best of luck in that tournament and journey. Now let's move our attention to men in football, looking at Hearts of Oak, because Michael Ewa Mensah reflects on joining Hearts of Oak and prepares for a new season. Hearts of Oak defender Michael Ewa, he's gearing up as he's back in camp for the 2024-2025 season. The highly rated counter-back recently secured a move to the Phobians after an impressive performance with debutants Nations FC. Mensah, who signed a 3-year contract with the Accra-based club, is expected to play a significant role in the upcoming season. Now, in an interview with Hearts of Oak Media, Mensah shared his feelings about joining the prestigious club and his brief break after signing. The feeling wasn't bad as a player purchased by a big club like Hearts of Oak and playing your first big game against Kotoko. After that, I went home to rest for 2 days to regain my strength. This is according to
big club Saka Folk now. About first match against Kotoko, big game to say. Yeah, my breaking a wukufi. Oh, I was a feeling and then you're back. But to me, the breaking the requirement in the stay for 2 days. So the bear, I gain my strength fast. Before that, now, because struggling for my parents. And so when town community now, you know, I remember I dream to so we say, now coffee is also corner place no more to motivate you more. So if it was almost born or money get me a farm. I rest. Because my parents and you because my friends 1 or 2 be Masaboba. Baking the no cool money.
New season expectations near say.
This is the expectation they have been passing up over there. Do not in your fever like maybe the rest season. No match we are preaching match after match. Because you say if you are only team B born to only team A born to know there be a match after match. But this is the expect to say the man cars folk ahead and you're falling to provide a fra.
You share last season Nyaman Kuyi is not kind of Nyaman Kuya team no. At the football Ben I will the Rebecca team.
I say new player I'm about joining another team there. When Rebecca team say my hobby I'm a fight to be a no club ni be a my club no. It may achieve trophies this season now. My cycle mo say me ba. I be fighting my club no.
Michael Mensah Ewa there speaking about the excitement of joining Hearts of Oak. Now, who is also excited about joining Asante Kotoko is Lord Amwa, and he spoke after his dream move to the Porcupine Warriors. He said that joining Asante Kotoko emphasizes his determination and ambition. I may be young, but I know what I want, and I'm very firm in my decisions. Despite interest from multiple clubs and teams, Asante Kotoko has always been my first choice, and joining the biggest club in Ghana is a dream come true. I am very happy.
Season we are team very tight. Now, I would dream so over. Commodity the nation saying call no free him that bang and it's really a check. There's one more beer money. A honor, I want all can say, I better eat your horse.
Lord Amwa speaking there. Let's now do some foreign football news. And the big games last night or over the weekend is Barcelona versus Real Madrid, where Barca remained unbeaten in the preseason after the second stop in their tour of the United States. Madrid in a very competitive El Clasico in New Jersey on Saturday night. Hansi Flick picked a slightly more experienced side compared to the friendly against Manchester City, but it was youngster who grabbed the headlines once again as Pau Victor scored both goals and led Barca to their 4th straight victory over their biggest rivals in American soil. And I'm sure the Madrid fans are happy. The Barca fans too as well. They are not all going to back down, and we'll never hear the end of it, who is better than the other. But that's it for GTV Breakfast Sports. I am Multity Saida Sadek. We're back with more sports on Studio 5. Stay with us.
At facility built with your family needs in mind. A medical center positioned for all your fertility problems and other diseases. Medimosis Clinic and Prostate Center. Our goal is to help our patients treat prostate problems. Afromosis capsules gives you maximum performance, and for the ladies, Femacure X capsules solves all your menstrual problems. Locate Medimosis Clinic and Prostate Center at Adenta Barrier near the traffic light. Ashaman, Ajekojo, Kumasi, Ahinima Kokobing, and in Accra, Ministries after the Ghana Highways Yard. Call 0244 068 447. We accept National Health Insurance card and all other private insurance card. Medimosis Clinic and Herbal Center, your ultimate solution for prostate problems.
Let me see. She's never had a toothache before. There might be a cavity. Don't you use Pepsodent?
We used to, but I'll try the new one.
Ah, that's why.
But doesn't every toothpaste give cavity protection?
Not really. Pepsodent Cavity Fighter repairs tiny invisible holes.
Studio
It's all my
cooking that music literally in the kitchen with all the stuff you can find, pots and pans, everything contributing to bring us that fantastic tune. Kudos to you. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. It's the headline segment, and I'll talk you through some of the top stories on our online portals because it's a holiday and most papers are not in print today. So we are using technology and we will look at the stories that are trending. gbcghanaonline.com 2024 election Ashanti region, a key battleground, one of the stories making the headlines. Border Resilience Initiative, Timbuktu Institute and the Konrad Adonai Stiftung explore role of young people and women in border resilience. But it's Azamati and the team in Paris 2024 that has the photo, and they have missed out on the Olympic final. Devastating news for the Ghana team. But hey, we are proud that they represented the country. Like Jay will say, they have not run away. They are in the tournament. So more stories in sports from Paris 2024. Let's see what other stories made the headlines. Of course, politics with the former President John Mahama and Vice President Dr. Bawumia pictured there. Paternity leave, who stands to gain? You can get details of these stories at gbcghanaonline.com. The Graphic Online, lawyer 4 others in court over forged will. We're seeing some Liverpool news here. Liverpool Trump, Man United 3-0 in friendly. The United fans will say it's just a friendly, but you still chop 3 goals. Maltiti will be very happy with that story. VIP Bawumia commissions ICT labs and distributes resources. President Akufo-Addo rejects single founder of Ghana in that address, heralding the country's celebration of Founders Day S'. George Smith-Graham is also speaking there on the front page of the Graphic Online today. Other stories you can find as you scroll down the screen. The lawyers, Ada Asafotu-Fiame celebration is also ongoing there. You can find all those details at graphiconline.com. Let's see what Ghana Web is also selling today. How Nkrumah's 80-year-old blind mother was forced to testify that he was not a Ghanaian. You can get the details at Ghana Web. Why I didn't feature in Lil Wayne's A Country Called Ghana movie, Van Vicker is speaking there. We saw Lil Wayne in that graduation ceremony, at that graduation ceremony. A call to action, the urgent need for justice in Wale Wale. You get the details there. Our complete Tamne Dam project for agricultural boost. Former President John Mahama speaking there, and you can watch the performance of Ghana's team in the semi-final of the Olympics 100, but they did not make the final. Other stories, Founders Day speech, Nkrumah trends as Akufo-Addo sets. You can get those details when you log on to Ghana Web today. Pep Guardiola's funny answer to Atapuku's question at a press conference. I love Pep Guardiola. I don't know about you. There's nothing wrong with Yellow Star Drogba reminding. So if you're a yellow person, I'm sure that this story means a lot to you. Go to the Ghana Web online page, and you get the details there. Let's see what the other portals are saying. My Joy Online leading. We are going to run quality free SHS. Former President Mahama pictured with that story. Paris 2024 also featuring here. Other stories on the campaign trail. I will redesignate faith-based institutions as development partners. And it's Vice President Bawumia that is speaking. The world knows Nkrumah founded Ghana. CPP rejects Akufo-Addo's Founders Day claim. Can get the details at My Joy Online. And there's a 15-year-old girl who is missing, and it's quite a disturbing story. If you've seen her, you need to let the police and the officials know so they return her back to her parents. And other stories also making the top page of myjoyonline.com. Let's see. City News, see the top story for the day. Economic woes, admit mistakes and apologize to Ghanaians. Kennedy Japan tells NPP, and is the MP for Commemorating Central who is quoted as saying this. Let's see what other stories are trending. UK to hold top emergency meeting after widespread violence, Paris 2024. Probably the worst race I've had this season, as Amati lamenting there. Ghana to host Gulf of Guinea Commission Summit August 6. So that will be tomorrow. Akufo-Addo Bawumia government West in the Fourth Republic, they must leave. And it's former Minority Leader Haruna Idrisu who is speaking in that story. So you can find all the details of these stories when you log on to the online portals, Graphic, GBC Ghana Online, and the others. They will tell you all you need to know. And the headlines, when CAF introduced its guests, they will be looking at some of the stories in a bit more detail. As we've been doing, trying to bring you closer to the issues affecting constituencies in the country in the lead up to the 2024 election. Darrell Alantego is in Abokuma Central today, and he will bring us the juice from that side. Alan, Abokuma Central, which areas are we specifically talking about?
We're looking at the entirety of the constituency. Okay. So all the, nooks and crannies, the corners everywhere. Bola Junction features again, CAF's most favorite area. Bola Junction features again. So welcome to this side of the breakfast table, and we're bringing you, as we started some weeks ago, constituency focus. We're looking at the various constituencies, not only in Greater Accra, but we may or we will go out of Greater Accra and bring you as much as possible whatever makes the constituency. Today's focus is Abokuma Central. It's an urban constituency, very densely populated. It has a diverse ethnicity, and so you have the Akans, the Evers, the northern people. You have also the the Gadangme, all of it lumped together makes Abokuma Central. Borders Abokuma North and Abokuma South. And then it also has a wee border with Okaikoe South. And so let's jump into it and look at what makes Abokuma Central and why we should look at Abokuma Central as we go into the 2024 elections. Remember, Abokuma Central is one of the most, in Greater Accra, the flashpoints we want to look out for. And so starting with location, as I mentioned, it borders parts of Abokuma North and South, and a wee part of it goes through Okaikoe South towards the north of it. And so Abokuma Central, we have a very huge youthful population as well. In between what we call the aged and children, a huge chunk of people in the constituency are people you can classify as youth. Whether they make any difference to their behavior in terms of voting, as we go along, you'll come to find out. And then let's look at the next one on the constituency, or what makes the constituency. Housing. It has a mix of, new or modern housing styles, as well as the old style. It also has 3 different areas considered or marked as zongos, or zango if you want the actual pronunciation. And so Abokuma Central has a very interesting dynamics when it comes to its people and when it comes to its population. Next thing we want to look at after housing is youth employment. One of the things we picked up as we visited the constituency is employment complaints, and it also goes to speak into crime rate in Abokuma Central. Some constituents were saying, well, because the youth has nothing to do or hasn't got much to go for them, they end up doing petty, crimes, not necessarily, the huge or the big kind of criminal activity you'll expect, including mugging. That's not necessarily what they're speaking to. But they're speaking to every now and then theft and, breaking into cars, and also, people passing through your house and lifting a thing or two if they can lay hands on them. That's the kind of crime they're talking about. And that they're saying is related to joblessness among the youthful population. Let's move on to the next one. The next one is access to healthcare. It has more of private healthcare facilities than there are what you call public service or public healthcare facilities. Their distance from Abokuma Central to Kolebu, which is the biggest public service healthcare provider, could take you about 10-20 minutes depending on what part of the constituency you are traveling from. But there are lots and lots of private facilities as well as pharmacies scattered all throughout the constituency. Let's move on to the next one and see what there is next. Number of electoral wards, 5. It has 5 electoral wards. We wouldn't say much or we wouldn't speak much to this electoral wards. If you live in Abokuma Central or you are in Abokuma Central, one of the areas where you have a huge, what we call availability of work is the Abose Okan part of the constituency. Why? It is because of the Abose Okan spare parts market, which provides some jobs for young people or the youth within the Abokuma Central area. And then when you come to Mataheko, Mataheko also provides for education. It used to have the one of the campuses for Central University. Apart from that, it has Kateko, Kanishin Secondary and Technical. That also belongs to Abokuma Central. It also has a lot of basic schools. A lot of them. As for basic schools, there are plenty of them, both public and private. Let's move on to the next one. Next one we have is challenges. Challenges, and this is where the meat, the whole of election 2024 within Abokuma Central is run on these. Provision of healthcare. Because there isn't public healthcare service provider, it makes it slightly expensive to access healthcare within Abokuma Central. Housing, it is predominantly private, and so the rate or the cost of housing is pegged within the 6 to 1,200 if you're looking for a single bed, and if you're looking for beyond a single bed, then you are looking for it to pay more. Let's look at youth unemployment or employment. I mentioned earlier how the lack of youthful employment makes it easier for young persons within the constituency to opt for petty criminal activity to feed whatever habit there is. Education, I've also spoken about it. Infrastructure. So we want to look at every other thing that makes it so. There are no public place of convenience, one of the complaints there is. Also, they're looking at drains to allow water to run through. Remember, it also suffers some flooding whenever the rains come down heavy. And so one of the things that people spoke to me about is infrastructure, not just education, not just healthcare, but also housing is also one of them. Apart from that, they're looking at roads, they're looking at drains. And then, as usual, refuse, public health, and safety. Let's move on to the next one. And we're going to look at voting behavior and patterns. Since the inception of the Fourth Republic or the 1992 Constitution, in 1996, you know the colors, blue for and green for. So let's look at parliamentary behavior. Historically, Abokuma Central has been, I would say, predominantly NPP. In 1996, when Jerry Rawlings or Chairman Rawlings won the seat, in 2000, it went straight to J.A. Kufuor. Then he stayed on to 2004. Quickly, after 2004 and 2008, John Evans Attamills won the seat, maintained it, and then 2012, John Mahama also took it over. In 2016, it went back to NPP. And 2020, they switched again. So currently, the incumbent MP, Abdul Latif Dan, who is the incumbent MP, took it over from Ebenezer Gilbert Nina Nate in 2020. He took it over from him. And so 2024, we don't have Nina Nate coming back, but we have a hot, what I'll call steeplechase between Abdul Latif Dan and a young man, Jefferson Saki, who are currently the two hot contestants when it comes to Abokuma Central. And this is so far what the constituency looks like. We spoke to members of the constituency, and some of them had this to tell us. Right, and so you've entered Abokuma Central. And watch closely what the billboards displayed within the constituency will tell you. So coming up closely is that of Jefferson Saki. That's a young man contesting Abdul Latif Dan currently. So we're in the constituency, we're traveling. And so if you this is Abokuma Central and Abokuma North, this is where we entered Abokuma Central from. And so the border...
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Darrell Tego. Please tell me your name. My name is Joseph Okante.
Joseph, are you a voter registered here at the Abokuma Central constituency?
Yeah, I'm a voter registered here, and I'm also a resident here. Okay. We are currently in Abokuma Central. Okay. It borders Abokuma South and Abokuma West. Abokuma Central is quite huge when it comes to numbers and land mass.
Okay.
We have about 3 Zongo communities on one side and the well-to-do also on the other side.
Right.
One major problem we are faced with in Abokuma Central has to do with employment. We have a huge youth population in Abokuma Central wandering around doing nothing. And so you obviously expect crime to be on ascendancy. We also have issues of sanitation and infrastructure lapses. There are projects that were begun by the previous administration that have been left, to rot. You can talk about basic schools and other sanitation projects, drainages and etc. As we stand here, we are hoping that there will be a change of government, if God permits, so that things that were left behind will be resumed and for the progress of the constituency and municipal at large. Thank you very much.
My name is Daryl Tego from GBC.
Good afternoon. My name is Odelia Gatogo.
Odelia, are you a registered voter here at Abokuma Central?
Yes, I'm a registered voter in Abokuma Central here.
Right. In your view, what do you feel your constituency lacks?
Okay, thank you. Actually, in Abokuma Central over here, we have 3 major issues that we have in Abokuma Central here.
Okay.
That is the drainage system, and then the problem with water, and then there's a major one that is our data around, that is in Abokuma Central, around Bola Junction. But by the grace of God, our MP, the incumbent, and then the PC of the Abokuma Central NDC, whose name is Honorable Abdulatif Dam, known as Baba Latif. Yes, by God's grace, he has been able to fix it for us. That one, we applaud him so much. And when it comes to the water drainage system, he has done that one. It's yet to be done. But when we talk about the water problem, in the 4 wards, we have about 10 wards in Abokuma Central. He has been able to fix about 14. That one, he needs applaud for that. He has really done well. That is the MP.
What can you tell me about employment and crime?
Actually, the employment and crime, it's a major problem we have over here.
Okay.
When we talk about the crime too, just a little about it for here. Actually,
Right.
because of the unemployment in Abokuma Central here, that is why the crime too.
Crime rates are high. Okay.
Here.
Thank you very much, Odelia,
You're
for speaking
welcome.
at GBC. Thank you so very much. All right, okay, welcome back to the studio. That was Abokuma Central. I find it quite interesting to think that I asked for her problems and she was praising her PC or her MP. Now, okay, so historically, as I mentioned earlier, the seat has gone between the NDC and the MPP since 1996. 1996, Chairman Rawlings won for the NDC, and then in 2000, it went to the NPP. 2004, the NPP maintained the seat, and then it changed hands to John Evans Atta Mills. And then in 2012, when Atta Mills had left the scene, may his soul rest in peace, John Mahama maintained the seat for the NDC. But in 2016, that is what I call the charge year. The charge year went to the MPP and they took it by fire, by force. So let's look at the way they stand, and this is how they stand. In This is what it went so far when you talk about 2012 and 2016, where it went to 50.96, and John Mahama won that for 2020, and then it changed hands to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And what you can see here currently, or what I would call the 2016 voter sheet, where you have others like Kobna Andrews, Ivor Kobna Green Street, you have Ekuadonko, Henry Latte, all of these, what we call smaller parties, joined the race in 2016. Eventually, they were all trumped. The only one I would call, or I would say, put on some game was Christian Kobna Andrews for the GUM political party. But this is what it looked like in 2020, 2016, where Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in This is 2012, I'm sure. Yeah, no, that's 2016, yes. And so it changed from John Mahama. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo took it over in 2016. And till date, we're going into 2024, hoping that it will be peaceful and we'll get what we want. Thank you.
Focus right here on GTV Breakfast. It's 8:02. It's now time for the headlines. My guests are seated. Former presidential staffer representing the NDC is Roland Kofi Mbui in the smock, the brown smock. In the middle, we have Kwame Janto, who's a lawyer and a member of the CPP, and Dr. Palgrave Boachi Dankwa is government spokesperson on governance and security. Gentlemen, you are all welcome to the show. Good to have you all here.
Thank you.
Let's start with Dr. Boachi Dankwa. Let's talk about the significance of this day. So it's 5th August, a day after the holiday, which was on Sunday. You know how we do it in Ghana. The holiday falls on a Sunday, then we celebrate on the following day. What's the significance of this particular day? Why do we have a holiday today?
So, Kafri, a very good morning to you, and a very good morning to your viewers, and a special Happy Founders Day to all Ghanaian people. I believe that the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo set the tone when he delivered a Founders Day speech and gave a spectrum of how far we have come as a country over the years from the Aborigines and through the colonial regime, and how a team of people significantly engaged with the colonial masters and aided us to be able to have the independence that we have. He also projected to let us know the significant strides that we have been able to chalk in education, in infrastructure, in road network, spoke about the election of 2024, promised that it's going to be a free, fair, democratic election, continued to be a beacon of hope for the rest of the sub-region and even the continent, and the laurels that we've been able to chalk as a country. I commend the fathers of old who fought for our independence, who have given us the liberty that we need, and also commend various successive governments, especially in this Fourth Republic, for upholding to the peace, the sanctity, and the security that is endeavored within the public space that we find ourselves. And so it's a holiday. It's a remembrance of the good work of what the fathers have done, and also the honest responsibility on us as a generation to continue to steer the affairs of this country in the manner in which that is pleasing, really, to the Ghanaian people and also meeting the needs of the Ghanaian people.
So why do we have a holiday? That was my question.
Oh, I thought your question was the significance of the holiday.
Yes, but why? Yes, it's the importance. Why do we have it? Why do we have a Founders Day?
No, that's the response that I've given, that we are celebrating what the fathers have done. People fought for independence, had long conversations.
Why this day? Why August 4?
Why August 4?
Yeah.
Which other day would you want it to be?
No, it's not about me. I want you are the governors and spokesperson, so we are educating our people. Explain.
4th August 1947, I recall that Dr. J.B. Dankwa of UGCC projected that Ghana was ready for independence. A lot more conversations. In the decade, we were able to have independence on the 6th of March 1957. Within that period, there were a lot more deliberations and conversations. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was a very significant figure in that fight and in that conversation to be able to bring out our independence. Dr. J.B. Dankwa, Obechebi Lamte, Akweje, the people we call the Big Six, but it's been a significant journey over the years, and so I'm certain that it's for that reason that we have the Founders Day being celebrated on the 4th of August.
Okay, which is the birthday of the UGCC, correct?
Well, I'm not too sure whether
August
it is
4,
because
1947 is the birthday of the UGCC.
but I'm not too sure whether it is because of the birth of UGCCC, for which reason we celebrate Founders Day on 4th August.
There must have been a reason that the day was chosen. We just want to set the facts straight. UGCC was founded on the 4th of August, 1947.
Yes, UGCC was
77 years ago.
Yes.
To this day. So
yes.
that formed the reason why we are celebrating today as Founders Day.
No,
correct?
No, I don't know if that is the rationale behind that. Okay. What I know.
But you are the spokesperson for government.
Yes, no, but company, that's why I'm giving you the perspective. You see, I don't want us to zero it in as though it's a UGCC celebration that we are marking. We are marking the founders of this country, the people that aided with the collective independence that we have.
So why didn't they pick 25th December or 6th August or 31st May? Why August 4? Because I know August 4 also is August 4 is the 50th anniversary of Ghana moving towards the right. We're driving on the left.
Absolutely.
So when we say Ghana goes right, we know that August 4, 1974 was 50 years ago. That's what happened. We just want to have the background to this holiday. And why this date?
Any dates could have been chosen.
Exactly. So why this one?
On the 4th of August,
Yes.
like I said, 1947, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Dr. J.B. Dankwa led a team.
Nkrumah was not around here in 1947.
Okay, so you see, Kafi, I don't want to politicize this Founders Day. I want to.
It's already politicized.
No, I don't want to. I'm trying to move away.
It's a fact. It's already politicized. It's already politicized.
I don't want to politicize that this morning.
But it is. You don't have to politicize it. It is already politicized.
Well, I just want to. You see, I want to look at the position of the founders of this country. I want to look at the positions of how far we have come and where we are today, and the fact that President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, as President of the Republic, gives us a historical perspective of where we have come from, the infrastructural works that we have been able to gain, the road networks that we have, a strong economy, a booming educational sector, running a lot more STEM education that wasn't the case before. I want to celebrate that significance and the fact that from 1947, on the 4th of August, when Dr. J.B. Dankwa and the UGCC, as you want me to reference, was formed, we predicted that.
It's not about me wanting.
No, that's the fact.
It was formed on the 4th of August.
Of course.
1947. But even more significant also to others, for those who love history, is that 4th August 1897 was when the Gold Coast Aborigines Rights Protection Society, led by John Mensah Saba, was also founded. So maybe that gives it even more significance?
Well, a lot more, you see, a lot more. But you see, Kofi, we are celebrating this day in memory of the fathers.
So why is there controversy in Ghana?
I'm surprised there is controversy.
You're surprised?
Yes.
You're not. Why are you surprised?
No, because you see, I don't think there should be any controversy. What I hear, the controversy I hear, is that people want to put the founders to a particular individual. That it is that particular individual that founded Ghana. And I agree with the president when he vehemently says that that particular individual obviously had a significant part of the process of our independence. But you cannot credit the founding of Ghana to a particular individual, but you want to consider the founding fathers. And I think that that's the position of government, and I'm sure that should be the position of everyone who clearly understands the historical antecedents and want to be true to history in that regard.
Okay, so we're going to just listen to what the president said, and then I'll hear from Mr. Jantwa and Mr. Mbui. So right now, this is GTV Breakfast. You are watching headlines. It's 8:11. Let us listen to what the president said with respect to this holiday that is being marked today?
I speak to you this evening, rejecting completely the notion that Ghana was founded by one man. Whilst Kwame Nkrumah's contributions to our independence are undeniable and unassailable, it is important to acknowledge for our self-respect that the struggle for our nation's freedom was a collective effort spanning several generations. Kwame Nkrumah, with his charismatic visionary leadership, was undoubtedly a major actor in the final lap of our journey to independence. His ability to galvanize the masses and articulate a clear vision for a free Ghana inspired many. However, it is essential to recognize that Kwame Nkrumah stood on the shoulders of past leaders. The groundwork laid by the Aborigines Rights Protection Society, the British West African National Congress, the United Gold Coast Convention, and many other organizations and individuals provided the foundation upon which Kwame Nkrumah built the Convention People's Party, CPP. And indeed, that is why he was careful to associate the name of his new party with that of the convention. The contributions of the leaders before him were instrumental, as is natural in the continuum of history, in shaping the political landscape that facilitated Kwame Nkrumah's rise to prominence. Even though comparisons may be invidious, it is worth recalling that George Washington, the victorious general of America's War of Independence from British colonial rule, and the first president of the United States of America, is not described as the founder of the United States. The accolade of the founding fathers is reserved to the group of 56 persons who assembled at the Philadelphia Convention of the Continental Congress to write and promulgate the Constitution of the United States of America. Happy Founders Day, and may God bless us all in our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Hey, Charlie, you can't just cut the anthem like that.
Yes, so
we should really be standing.
Yes.
So the president spoke, and he makes a fair point, doesn't he, Mr. Jantua, that Kwame Nkrumah stood on the shoulders of people who had come way before. He spoke about the Aborigines Rights Protection Society, the various groups came, UGCC, all of them came, and he stood on the top. And then he also makes a comparison with the United States of America, saying that, well, George Washington was the first president, but he does not claim to be the founder of the USA. These are the points that the president made. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Kafui. Good morning to our viewers. Good morning to my fellow panelists. I will try and prove through history that Kwame Nkrumah is the founder of modern Ghana. I'll try my possible best. Well, I asked the question. President Akufo-Addo said we should be citizens and not spectators.
His first speech when he was outdoors.
So we are being citizens and not spectators. By the way, today is the burial of Kwame Nkrumah's eldest son, Francis Nkrumah. Okay. Hence, I'm in black, so from here I'll be going to the funeral. Look, if they knew that what Kwame Nkrumah was doing was good, why did they form the NLM?
National Liberation Movement. Who are they?
Dankwa was the leader of the National Liberation Movement to fight against Kwame Nkrumah fighting for independence. Now, let me read a letter he wrote to the United Kingdom on 10th October 1951. And he titles that letter, Dankwa Writes About Nkrumah and His Tricks. The reference is there. He wrote to J.A. Odam, Esquire, Bowen House and Company Limited, Plantation House, Mincing Lane, London, EC3. And this is what it says. Dear Mr. Odam, I exceedingly regret delay
in replying to your 2 letters. That man, Kwame Nkrumah, who is now leader of government business, has started his tricks again. This time, he who is the government is inviting all the political leaders and chiefs to join him to send an ultimatum to His Majesty's government of the United Kingdom for self-government now, and if rejected, to declare positive action strikes and boycotts, etc. There has been hectic activity all over the place, and on Sunday, we of the UGCC met at a great meeting and turned down his challenge flat as being an invitation to criminal conspiracy against law and order. I had to be away in Kumasi for long periods last month, and I am just now clearing my pile of work. Signed, J.B. Dankwa. If they were really in favor of Ghana's independence and they were really part and parcel of independence, why would he write such a letter? Now, maybe President Akufo-Addo, Uncle William, he has forgotten his history. Maybe he's forgotten his history. And let me try and remind him. Okay. So, in doing my research, and if really President Akufo-Addo says we should be citizens and not spectators, why does he want to force something that he dislikes and doesn't think is right down our throats? He's president for all of us. And if he doesn't agree to certain things, do you not go and find out? Why hasn't he set a committee up to go into it?
Go into what?
To go into this debate. Because every day, every 4th August, it comes up. And 4th August, when he was using the 4th August as Founders Day, he said it was the birth of the UGCC when he put it in place. So, why hasn't he set a committee up of historians, politicians of that era who are still alive, chiefs, journalists, even the British who have the archives, to settle this once and for all? Why hasn't he? And he's trying to force it down our throats, Rambo style. We are supposed to be what? Citizens and not spectators. So let me go into my research and see where I'll be able, and I'm sure I'll be able, to tell you why I am saying Kwame Nkrumah was the founder of modern Ghana.
Spell it out for me, because I know Mr. Mbu is dying to make some comments.
Yes, he'll make his comments, but let me set the tone. So I started by asking, what did the Aborigines' rights movement contribute to Ghana's independence? One, they were fighting for certain rights. Land rights was one of them, cultural preservation was the other, national conscience was the other. Look, these people struggled. They were in the struggle. When Mandela was fighting for apartheid, there were others in the struggle. And when you go to South Africa, they celebrate Mandela with all the others together, not separately. So, what made up...
Which is what Founders Day is doing, oh?
Well, Founders Day is celebrating who? There was a spearhead. There was a spearhead. So I asked the question, what made up the state of the Gold Coast at the time? The Gold Coast, which is now modern Ghana, was a British colony that consisted of several territories and entities. At the time of Ghana's independence in 1957, the Gold Coast was made up of the colony. And the colony was the coastal areas, including the cities of Accra, Cape Coast, and Sekondi, which were under direct British rule. Ashanti, a kingdom that was conquered by the British in 1902 and became a protectorate. Ashanti was powerful and wealthy kingdom known for its cocoa and gold production. The Northern Territories, a vast area of savannas and forests inhabited by various ethnic groups, which was also a British protectorate. The Trust Territory of Togoland, a mandate territory from the League of Nations administered by Britain, which was merged with the Gold Coast in 1956. These territories were brought together to form a modern nation state of Ghana, which Kwame Nkrumah as its first minister and later president. Then I go and ask the question, who was or were the key persons who brought these territories, different territories together to make up modern-day Ghana? Kwame Nkrumah was the key person who played a crucial role in bringing together the different territories to form modern-day Ghana as the leader of the Convention People's Party. And remember, this was under a party he had formed, the CPP. It wasn't under any other thing. It was under the CPP. And this is what he says. He says, he played as the leader of the Convention People. This was what he did. Unify the colonies. Nkrumah's CPP won the 1951 elections, and he became the leader of government business uniting the coastal colonies. Merged Ashanti. In 1954, Nkrumah's government merged Ashanti with the colonies, creating a single entity. Integrated the Northern Territories. Nkrumah's government incorporated the Northern Territories into the Gold Coast in 1954. Added Togoland in 1956. Nkrumah's government merged the Trust Territory of Togoland with the Gold Coast, creating a single entity. On March 6, 1957, Nkrumah declared Ghana's independence, uniting all these territories under one nation state. He became the first prime minister and later president in Ghana, leading the country from 1957 to 1966. Nkrumah's vision, leadership, and efforts brought together the diverse territories and peoples, creating the modern nation state of Ghana. He is celebrated as the father of modern Ghana and a pioneer of African independence.
Who's writing this?
This I took from the book that was written on Kwame Nkrumah. Remember that big book I brought the other day? Yes, that's why I took it from. The history is in there.
Not AI.
Not AI, no. So it says, what was Nkrumah's plebiscite on the Trust Territory of Togoland? In 1956, Kwame Nkrumah's government held a plebiscite. Is it true whether they held a plebiscite or not a plebiscite? They did hold it for Togolands. In 1956, Kwame Nkrumah's government held a plebiscite in the Trust Territory of Togoland, a region under British administration, to determine its future. The plebiscite asked residents to choose between joining the Gold Coast, now Ghana, as a single independent nation, or two, remaining a separate entity under British trusteeship. Results: 58% voted to join the Gold Coast, now Ghana, 42% voted to remain separate. Consequently, the Trust Territory of Togoland merged with the Gold Coast to form the modern nation of Ghana on March 6, 1957, when Ghana gained independence from British colonial rule. The plebiscite was significant because, one, it allowed the people of Togoland to decide their own future. It paved the way for Ghana's independence. It created a unified state. Nkrumah's government had campaigned for a yes vote, arguing that unity would bring economic benefits and strengthen the new nation. The outcome reflected the desire for self-determination and African unity, which were core principles of Nkrumah's Pan-African vision.
So your argument is that he put all these pieces together like somebody building a Lego, something Ashanti, Northern, Gold Coast.
Let me end.
So he's the founder.
Is
that your argument?
Let me end this. Did members of the UGCC in 1956 try to thwart Ghana's independence? Yes. Some members of the United Gold Coast Convention, UGCC, opposed Kwame Nkrumah's push for immediate independence in 1956. They preferred a more gradual approach, seeking a federal system with a degree of autonomy within the British Commonwealth. Notably, UGCC members who opposed Nkrumah's stance included J.B. Dankwa, a founding member of the UGCC and a leading figure in the Ghanaian independence movement. He advocated for a more gradual approach to independence. K.A. Buzia, a prominent UGCC member and later Prime Minister, 1969 to 72, he also preferred a more cautious approach to independence. These individuals and others within UGCC were concerned that Nkrumah's rapid push for independence would lead to economic instability, political instability, loss of British support and funding. However, Nkrumah's Convention People's Party had gained significant popular support, and he was able to mobilize the masses to push for immediate independence. Right. Ultimately, Ghana achieved independence in 1956.
So your summary is? My
summary is, for modern day Ghana, it was Nkrumah who put it together, and he's the founder.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jantwa. Mr. Roland Kofi Mbui, former presidential staffer. You just watch the fight. I don't know, what be your point? What is your view on this whole founders apostrophe, founders without apostrophe, all that stuff? Why are we still fighting about this now?
Thank you very much, and good morning to you and your producers. Mm-hmm. Good morning to Ghanaians and viewers who are watching us across the world. Mm-hmm. It's in as much as we try to recognize and appreciate people who have contributed to the independence of this country.
It's history.
Please, Mr. Dr. Bojinakwa and Mr. Jantwa, please allow Mr. Mbui to speak.
Sorry. It is a case that history cannot be distorted in a way. And as it stands today, or as we are witnessing, we've had a group of people from the UGCC or the Dankwabuzia tradition trying to distort the country's history.
Where's the distortion?
Of course, like we are discussing this morning.
What do you see as being distorted?
The distortion starts when people begin to think that history as it is or as it were can be rewritten. And so that matter, they think that it is their bona fide property, which is, of course, Ghana. They claim it is theirs, and that they started the liberational process of this country.
Is it wrong for do you disagree with the president who said that Sajifo stood on the shoulders of other people, so he cannot be the only founder of Ghana?
In as much as he did, yes, we needed everybody to contribute his or her quota to the liberation of this country. And so Dankwa actually located or identified Dr. Kwame Nkrumah wherever he was and brought him to join their party, UGCC.
Was it Dankwa who brought him down?
Yeah. It is history.
It wasn't Akwaje.
Well, that's the tradition I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. You see, that's one other aspect of it where history is distorted in so many forms that Dankwa or Akwaje brought them. But this was a case that we have people who belongs to the UGCC tradition or the Dankwa Buzia tradition, claiming that they brought Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. But, ideological differences separated Kwame Nkrumah to form his CPP, which is a nationalist political party, with a view that independence was very important for us to get immediately.
What you say is also say he took advantage of his time within the UGCC to form CPP.
Even if he did, you realize that the people who were leading the UGCC were not on the right course to liberate this country. And so he identified the lapses in them, which of course they wouldn't agree his ideological beliefs. So he formed his party and was able to mobilize, galvanize the support of Ghanaians in order to come together so that the people of Ghana could liberate this country from the colonial masters. Look, we cannot rewrite history, and we should not try. I don't know any time and every time that you find MPP in power, they try to change things or names of any institution or sort of projects to suit them, and then it will look like it is they who have started it. You have not been able to start anything to finish anything.
Give some evidence. You can't just throw statements like that.
I am coming to that.
What have they changed?
You claim you started the liberational process, but you never finished it. Kwame Nkrumah came and then took it over and finished it. Like my brother Jantwa was talking about, I'm from the northern sector. 1909, the northern sector was under the protectorate of the British. And then when you look at those of us coming from the Togoland, or the transporter Togoland, it was Kwame Nkrumah who made us to go to, what do you call that?
Plebiscite.
For us to join Gold Coast, which was consolidated. That is the Togoland consolidated Gold Coast to become independence as it is today. And so, let's for example talk of the Ashanti Kingdom as well. Ashanti Kingdom from 1935, became a self-ruled kingdom, separated from that of Gold Coast. And so it was Kwame Nkrumah who galvanized the support of all these people and then formed what we call modern-day Ghana. And so it was the right thing for us to celebrate Kwame Nkrumah as the founder of Ghana.
But that's why we have a Kwame Nkrumah, there's a day, 21st September is a day for him alone.
Is it a founder's day, or it is Kwame Nkrumah's day in terms of celebrating Memorial Day? You see, we are trying to change things that is not good for this country at all. Let us be focused and then know that, look, in as much as we are trying to build this country, we need everybody. And whoever that is due the respect and recognition, we should give as it were. And so people cannot change the history of this country. I don't think the president...
Is that the claim? You think that...
That is the claim. Because he came to meet Founders Day, instituted by Professor Mills. Then he thinks that it is the big six, and that no one single individual can found a country. Therefore, the big six. You see, Kafui, we need to be very careful in trying to look at how we are building this country, so that when we are building a country, we recognize the contribution of every single individual, and then give that person the due respect and recognition. In that case, people are motivated to do more in building this country. But when you want to erode, distort, misinform, and disinform the public about who is Kwame Nkrumah, it doesn't sit well with all of us. And I think Ghanaians are not angry enough that we are allowing these things to stay. What I will celebrate, I will say good to Ghanaians or whatever, I don't know, because we cannot accept this day as a Founders Day, 4th of August.
It's already in law.
You see, that's one thing I'm saying. We are not angry enough. And so we are allowing things to happen in this country the way the MPP and the Nana Akufo-Addo wants it. That shouldn't be. Kwame Nkrumah was somebody, an instrumental person that people like Martin Luther King looked up to, emulated his practice of nonviolence nature of trying to get independence. And he finally got that. And he used that in America, that the civil rights movement in America also succeeded in getting their rights in America.
Right.
And so, for me, Kwame Nkrumah is not just a small person in Ghana.
What is he?
He's recognized internationally as the millennium. Is it millennium?
Millennium Gentleman of the Century.
Gentleman of the Century. And so, it is not in Ghana that people should think that, and especially a section of the Ghanaians call themselves patriots, who can distort the country's history and think it is about them. And so without them, Ghana doesn't exist. And so the big six, and not Kwame Nkrumah alone. So you have the likes of Napo standing on a podium saying that Kwame Nkrumah, no. What sort of mentality are we having? We should not belittle what Kwame Nkrumah has done for this country. Kwame Nkrumah used his mobilizational skills, organizational skills to bring this country together. And we are living peacefully together as a nation, building these nations together. But you see this group of people called MPP coming into power and thinking that Ghana belongs to them and that they can do anything they like. Wrecking this nation left, right, center. Let's look at what Kwame Nkrumah did for this country after independence.
Okay, I think you've made the point quite lucidly and very clearly. You disagree with the whole Founders Day thing.
Which is 4th August. Which shouldn't be the case. It's not Founders, but Founders Day, which was instituted.
What should be the, what day would you want to be Founders Day?
It is the day that, it shouldn't be 4th August because 4th August was the day of the establishment of UGCC. And so they are celebrating their party and not that of...
Well, Aboriginal rights was also founded on
that is
4th August.
That is different.
You're not interested in that one?
We are not interested in that. We are interested in internal issues.
So what should be, for you, what should be the Founders Day?
The Founders Day is what was instituted earlier on, which is founder. Exactly.
Okay.
So that is what we are talking about.
Lots of conversations on founders.
Let me come to something.
Oh, I thought you had ended, my brother.
Not necessarily.
What? You have more?
You see, we have more things to talk about. With Kwame Nkrumah, look at, you take whatever Kwame Nkrumah did in Ghana, take them out, and see how Ghana will look like.
We have to ask AI.
Why did they go for Kwame Nkrumah?
It was the UGCC that went for Kwame Nkrumah. It was the UGCC. Akweje was the general secretary for UGCC.
Why did they go for Kwame Nkrumah?
It was the UGCC.
Why did they go for
that
him?
went for Kwame Nkrumah?
Why did they
invited?
So
Dr.
without the invitation, he wouldn't have come.
Wait. Wait.
Invited Dr.
Kwame Nkrumah to come.
My horn will come into effect.
So I asked the question, why?
Okay.
Was he just abroad sitting there doing nothing?
No.
Was he just abroad?
Because he was
sitting there doing
instrumental.
nothing.
He just wanted to recognize the fact that the GCC brought him.
He was fighting
And so
for
what?
African independence when he was out there with Du Bois and all those freedom fighters. He was fighting for it. And they couldn't do it. So they identified him. They said, go and bring him so that he can come and help us. Why didn't they do it before they brought Kwame Nkrumah?
No, but is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah not a Ghanaian?
And when Kwame Nkrumah came,
Is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah not a Ghanaian? Of course, we don't rule out the fact that yes, we brought Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. We identified his talent and we brought him.
Humble enough to join the UGCC.
Absolutely.
Humble enough to join the UGCC. He went out into the town and realized the people are not in tune with what we're trying to do. So the CYO had been formed. The youth group had been formed. So he went around the country, came back, and said to UGCC, look, we need this youth group to be able to push for independence. J.B. Dankwa said, no, we don't need any youth group. It was the youth group who forced Nkrumah to leave UGCC. The youth group. And in Sopon, on that day, Pa Grant was sitting near Kwame Nkrumah. And as Kwame Nkrumah was reading his speech to leave the UGCC, Pa Grant was pulling his jacket to stop. My father told me, he was there. He said he was pulling his jacket. Stop, Kwame Nkrumah, stop. We would work things out, stop. But the CYO were keen that Kwame Nkrumah leave and said he's formed his own party. And what happened? After that happened, did they not send envoys to the UK to stop independence? Did they not? They did. So if they felt the independence was good for Ghana, why didn't they join? Why?
Proceeding cautiously is different from stopping. The argument was that self-government in the shortest possible time.
Nkrumah said self-government now, immediate. That is what Nkrumah said.
We wouldn't have achieved
So shortest possible. What does short possible time? What does that mean? Well, you hobnob with the white boys. Is that what that meant? We want the independence today. Who say shortest possible time? She. Now. And it would take strikes, all the kind of things that will make the colonialists uncomfortable, including mosquitoes, for us to push them out.
If the CPP were to come into power, what would you do with this holiday?
You would abandon it.
NDC?
We also abandon it.
Abandon it.
It's not necessary.
It's not necessary.
We are celebrating the birth of UGCC.
Why did they not be part and parcel of it?
It is not.
What is the difference?
Let with UGCC.
Does this surprise you? Does the opposition surprise you?
I'm surprised.
You're surprised?
I'm very, very surprised. Very surprised. And I think the President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo gave the antecedents.
Is he on the right side of history? Is the President on the right side of history?
Absolutely. He said that, look, there's no way Nkrumah could have been able to achieve this feat had it not been for the establishment of founding fathers and people that had already been in the struggles. People had already been in the struggles. The Aborigines, people had been in the struggles.
Why didn't you join when Nkrumah came?
UGCC has been in the struggles.
Why were they fighting against him?
You understand? UGCC
Why
has
were
been
they
in the
fighting
struggles.
against
You are
him?
heckling my man, Mr.
We invited Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to come to Ghana. So the UGCC invited Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to come to Ghana. The General Secretary at the time was Akweje, together with Dr. J.B. Dankwa. Invited Nkrumah to come to Ghana.
Was his formula of the CPP a stab in the back of the UGCC?
You know, it's a very thin line, but I can say yes. It's a very emotional moment.
He beat the hand that fed him. Is that what it's like? Like we brought you to come and work, and then you turn around and form your own company.
We brought you as a Ghanaian to be part of UGCC to help with the struggles and the fight for our independence.
So you take you.
And I'm surprised that lawyer Jatwa says his father told him that Kweje was pulling Kwame Nkrumah's jacket. They pulling Kwame Nkrumah's jacket.
Well, his father was there.
His father was there.
We can't doubt that.
he interviewed my father. So
yes, I did. This is going to continue even after this segment because it's a big conversation in Ghana. But on that day, on the holiday...
Let me ask one question, please.
Briefly, I don't have time.
Just a quick one. who President Akufo-Addo agree that he stood on the shoulders of President Mahama to do what he's doing today?
No, but we have always said that government is successive.
Will he agree?
We have always said that government is successive.
Will he agree that he stood on the shoulders?
All government is successive.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
President Mahama learned free SHS.
How do he learn?
There you go.
President Akufo-Addo from 2008 has spoken about free SHS.
All right, gentlemen, on that controversial note, and on the mention of President Mahama, let's listen to his comments on the celebration of the holiday.
Ask Ghanaians, who is the founder of Ghana? Who gave independence for Ghana? Majority of Ghanaians will tell you, Osadibo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Because it was him who gave that critical spark to the independence struggle that eventually got us independence. The UGCC at the time said independence gradually in the shortest possible time. Nkrumah said independence now. And he fought for it. And that is why Ghanaians recognize him as the founder. Nobody can come and rewrite our history. Indeed, for those of you who don't know it, when the Queen finally agreed to give Ghana independence, the UGCC, that Nana Akufo-Addo is fighting to be recognized as founders of Ghana, wrote a petition. They sent people to England to tell the Queen, don't grant independence, we are not ready yet. And so how can people like that be, even if we are saying many people fought for independence, you cannot say UGCC was part of it because they were an obstacle to independence. And eventually when the motion of destiny for independence was being passed, these are the same people who walked out of parliament when Nkrumah was moving the motion of destiny. And so today you can't come and rewrite our history. July 1st is our Republic Day. And we also made it our Senior Citizens Day. They've come to take the holiday from July 1st and want to put it on August 4th, which is the day the UGCC was founded.
A lot of heat and around August 4, which was a holiday. But let's also remember that August 4, 1897 was when the Gold Coast Aborigines Rights Protection Society, led by John Mensah Saba, the man after whom one of the halls at the University of Ghana is named, that's when it was formed. And August 4th, 1974, which is 50 years ago, is when Ghana moved from driving on the left, like the British and the Kenyans, to the right, like the majority of the world. Take a look at this video, and then I'll show you the newspaper from 50 years ago reporting on Ghana's move to the right. First of all, let's check out this video. So this is what Ghana looked like, and that's a beetle right there. Indeed. I'm driving right, are you? So the communication was on different levels. And so the communication was just keep right, keep right. And I'm wondering, so the cars had the steering wheel on the right. So for a long time, the steering wheel was on the right. This is the motorway. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Wow. And that's it. This is way back in 1974. Abokuma Circle. Indeed. Yeah. So that's a 50-year throwback, and this is a newspaper published on Monday, August the 5th, 1974. So in 74, August the 4th fell on a just like this year. Yeah, it was so the move was happened on a Sunday. Mr. Jantwa remembers it. He'll give me his memory. So this was what the Ghanaian Times looked like. Ghana goes right. It was a very smooth changeover by Times reporters. Ghana yesterday switched from left-hand to right-hand traffic at 6 a.m. everything happened, and then you had practical demonstrations of how the thing went on. This is an advert there by Kumasi Brewery, which entered into Guinness Ghana Breweries Limited. From August 4th, 24, Ghana drives right, be extra careful to avoid accidents. And then they have a beer glass there. This is so ironic. A brewery talking to you about driving carefully on the roads. But how you go do them? The Asafo Tufiam Festival, yes, happening around that time. And you can see President, the General Champong, who went to visit the people of Adan to enjoy the festival on that day. So remember, for those of you who drink beer, 50 years ago, there was Tata beer, so there was an advert there. Swing with the right beer. Tata has gone. It was collapsed after 79. Let's see another side of the paper, Ghanaian Times, reporting on the change. So it's not just founders controversy. So set up road stops. Drivers appeal to government. They were trying to deal with the whole business of shifting from left to the right, roadblocks for cities. So yeah, disqualified drunken drivers, urges the chief. If you're driving and you're drunk, you shouldn't be on the road, all right? So that was page 9 of the same paper, Monday, August the 5th, 1974. And let's have another one. Our day was called Our Day, Right Day in Ghana, in Accra. And so you had the vehicles moving. Look at the rides, man. These were the fresh rides of 1974. Midnight ban, 16 impounded cars are released. So there was a lot of action going on there. And of course, we had the head of state, Colonel Achampong, in Adan over that weekend. So, but this is what was happening. People were curious about how the whole thing was going to go, because all of a sudden you're moving from the left side of the road to the right side, and it has to be coordinated very well. But it was relatively incident-free. That's your Ghanaian Times on the 5th of August, 1974. I hope you're enjoying this throwback. I think that's the last, unless there's another one that will come. Yes, set up road stops, drivers appeal to government. And yeah, that's it. So we're remembering 50 years ago, 1974, August 4th, where Ghana moved from left to right. Mr. Jantua says he remembers what happened. You do?
Yes.
Tell me what happened.
I was 17.
You were 17 years old? Oh, nice. Okay.
And the night before, in fact, that weekend, we were scared that there would be many accidents on the road. Because it hadn't happened in Ghana before. And we all felt that it wasn't a day to go out.
You all stayed at home?
Yes, so we felt that on a Sunday, let's stay at. A lot of people even didn't go to church on that day.
You didn't go to church? You didn't go?
On that day.
You didn't go?
Because we didn't know exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah.
But it turned out that it was smooth.
Were you in Kumasi or in Accra? You were in Kumasi?
Yes.
Okay.
It was smooth. There were hardly any accidents on the road that day.
But the vehicles of the car, the steering wheels were on the right side.
Yes.
So for a while, you saw lots of cars with right-hand drive.
Yes.
And then they started changing.
Yes. But the police too were very apt in making sure that there was discipline on the roads.
Okay.
So it turned, and the trotros, when these types of trotros.
What kind of trotros were you driving?
They were the bone shaker.
The wooden ones. Mummy truck.
Yes, the mummy truck ones.
Yes.
Still,
yes,
Ghana, still that kind of.
Okay, with the inscriptions on the back.
And then we had, even at that time, we had good bus systems.
Yes,
in
I
place.
can see the roads looked quite good.
Yes, quite good. So,
which part of Kumasi were you living in?
Asqua.
Oh, the heart. Okay. I was only 3 years old.
You were only a young boy.
Yeah,
I was in that saddle at the time. I think I was in
okay. Family, were you born?
No, I was not born.
74.
I wasn't born.
You're a young man. Mr. Mbui, were you born?
I wasn't born.
You weren't born?
A year after.
Okay.
Oh, the year after you 75 you came. Okay. I was 3. Yeah.
If those days I saw you, I said, hey,
yes, I
was born 9 years after.
9 years after. Okay. All right, gentlemen. So there are also thoughts. Those of you who lived through those times would really love to hear from you. The segment is ending, but you send your messages to our board. Would love to hear about your experiences.
You know what I want to say about this?
Yes, the Founders Day.
No, the moving right.
The moving right, yes.
Yes, the moving right. You know, I think it talks a lot more about orientation.
Yes.
And significantly how the period has impacted all of us. And for me, I want to zero in and settle that on the Ghana we have today.
Okay.
That it's important that we reaffirm our orientations very well, because future generations will judge us for what we do today.
Amen.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, concluding. You see how Kwame Nkrumah started developing Ghana and building Ghana, which was very, very beautiful. So it is that the former president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is wanting to build Ghana again for us.
Okay.
So let's all come together, bring him back, for him to build Ghana we all want.
Thank you. I'll give Mr. Chong the last word.
Organization is key in everything we do.
Yeah.
This Nifa thing you brought up, you could see that the organization was good.
Okay.
Today, organization on our roads is abysmal.
It's true.
Abysmal. Everything seems to have gone down the drain. And it's up to leaders to make sure that things are done properly. Street lights.
Yeah.
Street lights today.
They launched an app. We start reporting the problems.
We pay for street lights.
Yeah, and they're not working.
And if you have a leader who can't even put street lights on the road, then what kind of leader is he?
My last word has to do with kidnapping. I was listening to the Teshi story about how people were losing their car parts. I went to my barber shop on Saturday to go do my hair. And my barbers were telling me that like a kidnapping occurred right in front of the barber shop, under their noses. And this was not a human kidnapping, it was a goat kidnapping. So 2 guys on a motorbike, they said, they saw the people go by once, and then they came back again. And then the guy behind, the pillion guy, got off as if he was looking for something. And then I was apparently timing a goat with his child. He scooped the mother, put it between him and the guy on the motorbike, and drove off. Stole a goat in Osu. And the baby goat was for 3 hours. You've made a goat an orphan. I mean, wicked people. Wicked people, you stole a goat in broad daylight. God will punish you.
The economy is taking.
No, it's not the economy, man. It's just thieves.
I'm wondering how you are bringing a long rope to tie.
No. Charlie, steal a goat. Shout out to the guys at the Harmony. They actually witnessed a goat napping or kidnapping. I don't know, but please, the goat is now an orphan, and the mother is probably now Suya. We shouldn't be so. Please, let's do the right thing. You can't steal a mother and leave the child on its own like that. Poor little goat. Anyway, that's our segment. We have more conversations on founders and founding. It's a Founders Morning. Stick around. This is GTV Breakfast.
You know, you hear certain tunes and you just know that you are Ghanaian. You see, this is one of them. Shouts to all of you who love Ghanaian music and patriotic songs. Today is a historical day. August the 4th, yesterday. The holiday has fallen to today, so most of you are home watching us on TV. We want to understand what August 4 really was all about and whether or not the founders should have the apostrophe before or after the S. At the table this morning, I've been joined by Mr. Alex Ketreduk Frimpong. He is a senior lecturer at the Department of Political Science at the University of Ghana. He is also Executive Director of Elections Research and Resource Center, ERRC, Ghana. Mr. Alex, thank you for making the time.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining our conversation as well. We'll be joined on our Zoom platform very shortly by Professor Nana Isilfi Kondria, who is a political historian. He'll be joining us via Zoom as we try to understand what August 4 is all about. Mr. Frimpong, so apostrophe before or after the S. Why are you on that debate?
I won't say I'm here or there. I will only give the facts as I know it.
Okay.
And people will decide.
Go on.
I will talk of August 4th as a Founders Day or whatever we are calling it. We must trace it back to 1897. Where the Aborigines Rights Protection Society was formed. And its main objective at that time was to prevent the colonial administration from taking over Ghanaian lands. And August 4th, 50 years later, on August 4th, 1947, a new political party was formed.
Let's take a quick break. When we return, we'll start this conversation all over again. We are going to understand the history, the very foundations of our August 4 celebration as Founders Day. This is Breakfast on GTV. They had challenges with it. Flawless fancy nyina na pay ma hon nyina ache. And welcome back to GTV Breakfast. We apologize for the earlier sound challenges. We are having this conversation on Founders Day, try to understand the very foundations of the celebration. Mr. Alex Ketchum is a senior lecturer at the Department of Political Science, University of Ghana, and he is also Executive Director of Elections Research Resource Center. He will be sharing his thoughts. Professor Nana Sylvie Konya will also be joining us on our phone lines very soon to also weigh in on this conversation. Mr. Frimpong, you were saying that this went way back to 1897. Yes. Tell me about that. What's the history there?
In fact, I would even prefer we go a little earlier and say that the history of Ghana, as we know it, goes back to 1844. Because when we come to get independence on 6th March, it will be the 130th anniversary of the bond of 1844. And from about 1850, we had a British governor here who was assisted in the discharge of his duties by two bodies, an executive body made up of only Europeans. And the executive body is what will become the cabinet in future. Then the legislative council, which will become parliament in future. But the most interesting thing is that for most of the period up to 1916, in what will become parliament of a country, there was only one black person at a time. So all members of the Legislative Council in those earlier days were white. But as we move along, there will be changes until by independence, we shall have all members being Ghanaians. So taking it from 1844, the British have now established themselves. But in the coastal part or the southern part of the country. So let me also add that there will be 4 blocks of territories which will become Ghana at independence. The southern part, which I'm talking about now, was called the Gold Coast Colony. And in the middle was Ashanti, then the northern territories. And on the far east, we had British Togoland, which at one stage will become Transvolta Togoland, and invariably Volta, and today Volta and Oti region. But let me also add that there are portions of present-day northern and northeast regions which were also part of the British Togoland. And in actual fact, if British Togoland had decided to go away, Yendi, the capital of Gabon, would have been in Togo. So we had those 4 territories. Those 4 territories will come under British rule at different times. So I've said from the coastal part from 1844. Ashanti will come in, and Ashanti at that time included present-day, the former Brong Ahafo and Ashanti region. They will come in 1900. Then 2 years later, the Northern Territories. But for a long time, Ashanti and the Northern Territories were regarded as protectorates. So the activities of the Legislative and Executive Council did not affect those territories. It was only for the colony. But by 1946, Ashanti will be included. Then in 1951, the Northern Territories will be included. The case of Transvolta was a special case because it was a former British colony, a former German colony, which after the defeat of Germany in the First World War was shared between Britain, who were in the Gold Coast, and the French, who were in Dahomey, which is now Benin. So it will be added later on. So these were the 4 blocks that we shall have at independence. So the initial discussions were about the colony. And that's why I said in 1897, the British authorities wanted to take over lands in the Gold Coast. And that was what led to the formation of the Aborigines Right Protection Society. Interestingly, on 4th August 1897, And they sent delegation to Britain to fight against that takeover of those lands. So if we fast forward now, or in between, in the 1920s, another group of Gold Coasters, together with other nationalists from other West African countries, formed the National Congress of British West Africa. And they were thinking more of a federation of the British colonies in West Africa. So they also played their part. But the important point is that these were what we call proto-nationalist groups. They were not fighting for the colonial administration to go away. They were rather asking for more representation and more reforms. So we call them proto-nationalists. So it will be until 1947 that the UGCC will be formed. And that's, I think they took the dates from the 50th anniversary of the Aborigines Rights Protection Society. So that was also 4th August, 1947. When it was formed, their aim was self-government within the shortest possible time and by all constitutional means. So we say it becomes the first political party because they were asking for self-government. The ultimate aim of a political party is to win power. So those previous bodies who were asking for reforms and so on were pressure groups and not political parties. So it is on that basis that we say UGCC is the very first political party because they demanded self-government. Let the people, the white men go away and let them take over the administration. And the UGCC, as we all know, was formed by one big merchant, Pa George Grant. I hear in those days he could even send a whole shipload of timber abroad to sell. So he was a big businessman. But he did that with a number of lawyers, some of whom are among the big six which we have on our money. They were J.B. Dankwa, Akwaje, Edward Akufo-Addo, and so on. They formed a party. They were working largely on part-time basis, I would say. But increasingly, as a result of the hardships that had occurred following the Second World War, people got interested in the things that they were saying. And branches were coming up. So they decided they should have a full-time general secretary. And among the lawyers who were there, the youngest was Akwaje, and they wanted him to be the general secretary. But I'm sure he compared what he would be taking as a general secretary compared to his law practice. He suggested that this work that you want to force on me, I know a guy in London who can do it very well. And his name is Kwame Nkrumah. So the other leaders contributed to bring Kwame Nkrumah to come to take the post of General Secretary. He actually arrived in December 1947 to assume that position. So he would work with the group. Then the year 1948 became very significant for a number of issues. Like I've said, some of our grandfathers had gone to fight in the Second World War. And fighting in the Second World War was an eye-opener to them, in the sense that some of our own grandfathers, like St. Anthony, was so good that he was made direct commander over even some Europeans. Whilst they were there, they saw, I would say that before they got there, we were looking at the white people as if they were teen gods. And I normally refer to this in school. Our teachers were looking at them as teen gods and so on. So it was that same perception. But they got to the battlefield, and these white men were shot, and they were crying like anybody.
Just like them.
So it was an eye-opener to them. Once they were there, they were taught that it was not good for Germany to conquer the whole world. So they were learning their lesson. Why should Britain control us?
Yeah.
So they came, and they were given so many promises while they were there. They came, and it didn't work out.
And it led to all the ripple effects of the 28th February crossroads shooting,
Exactly.
which brought... So,
exactly.
you see, we are trying to find where to place the apostrophe, and it's becoming quite an interesting conversation. I feel like I'm in history class listening to Mr. Frimpong here make his case.
It is rather an electoral politics class.
Oh, okay. Political science class. That's also a good one. Let me bring Prof into our chat, and then we'll be back to pick up from where you left off. Professor Nana Isilfikundya is a political historian. He's joining us on our phone lines. Prof, thank you for making the time. Where are you on this debate? Are you on the side of the apostrophe to the right or the apostrophe to the left? Professor Kundya, can you hear us? I don't think he can. Perhaps we've lost him. We'll try and work the lines again so we get back the political historian on our lines, and then we can pick up the conversation from there. Mr. Frimpong, so now the soldiers go to war, they see all these things, they come back, and then they decide to advocate for change. So unlike the time when UGCC said, yes, self-government, but within the shortest possible time, the soldiers came to add some heat to the drive or the requests for independence.
Another interesting aspect also was with the boycott of European goods. The end of the war led to increased prices of those European goods. So Nikwa Bramboni and Accra chief organized a boycott. And for 1 month, they were not purchasing the European goods. In fact, my study about Nikon Bramboni was that when he started this thing, the European traders wanted to bribe him with 10,000 pounds. But he rejected it and used his own 1,000 pounds to organize the boycott. It was quite successful for over a month. So they had to agree with them that they will meet, and they agreed that they will reduce the price of goods on that fateful 28th February. That was the same day that the ex-servicemen decided on a peaceful march to the Casa. And when customers have gone to the market to see if the price have been reduced, it was not reduced. And that incident at the crossroad, they got to hear of it, and that brought the 1948 riot.
Right. Prof has joined us on our phone lines. We're trying to understand the journey to August 4, and the senior lecturer at the Department of Political Science of the University of Ghana, Mr. Alex K. Duku Frimpong, is helping us trace that journey and map our way to present day August 4 and the celebration of Founders Day. On our phone lines, Professor Nana Isilfikundya, a political historian, has joined us with his own insights. Prof, thank you for joining us. I hope that we have you on the line now. Share with us where you stand on this issue of a founder or founders of Ghana. Which side of the apostrophe do you belong to? I'd like to ask that apostrophe question. Prof Kundya.
Well, that's a great question. It's very clear to me over the years, this whole controversy about founder and the apostrophe, however, I've written several in my position that is clearly continentally and globally, it's Kwame Nkrumah. So you want to celebrate an incident. I'm wondering why in this country we continue to wrangle over this knowledge, which is universal. And in fact, I stand firm for it, that it's Kwame Nkrumah.
What about the argument that a lot of people also contributed behind the scenes? Mr. Frimpong has told us, has given us a historical account from even as far back as the 1890s. rolling out in detail what some organizations have done and the actions of some individuals that led to that point. So by making Kwame Nkrumah the sole founder, are we letting him overshadow the contributions of the other people who also played a key role? That is the argument the president was making.
I'll come back to that historical bit. But let me go back to the whole journey about it, up to the point of coming back from the UGCC and the foundation. I heard one of your contributors make a strong narrative, which is very accurate, about how the UGCC came to be about. But then thereafter, who was the person who really led us into that independence? Continentally and globally, we all know that it is Kwame Nkrumah. What is the point at this time of our lives in a country such as ours, be wrangling about Kwame Nkrumah and fathers and apostrophes and the rest of it? I did say once that let us mark it, giving it Kwame Nkrumah put aside, and saying we are celebrating heroes, because we've got several heroes and heroines in the whole system of celebrating who had been in the vanguard of the beginning right up to the end of that. And therefore, I don't see why we should continue to wrangle about it. It's Kwame Nkrumah, and there's nothing about it. Now, the UGCC was formed by Power Grant. Power Grant had made up his mind after a while. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof. We can hear you.
Okay. Now, Power Grant had by 1927 made up his mind there should be a revamping of the original ARPS to continue with their nationwide agitation for being included in the formation or the declaration of policies. He went along and consulted a lot, including firstly his secondary lawyer friends, George Awune Williams' father, Lawyer Williams, Awune Williams, and then his other friend, R.S. Blair. They had advised him to go to Cape Coast, because if he wanted to do anything of that national dimension, he needed to reconcile the feuding survivors of the original Right Possession Society. And so he met with Kwame Sechi, and Kwame Sechi and he, Power Grant, were able, of course he, Power Grant alone, was able to settle the differences between the feuding rump of the Aborigines Rights Protection Society. Having done that, he felt himself mandated then to found a new institution that will carry forward the job of the ARPS, that's Aborigines Rights Protection Society. He did. He got a list. Now, Dankwa was the last person. Let us make it very clear. Dankwa was the last person in that list, because Kwame Sechi insisted to Pa that he wanted Dankwa in because Dankwa had impressed him at the Watson Commission. There were several commissions about drafting a constitution for this country. Most of them were rejected, up to the Saheli courses, which Kwame Nkrumah described as bogus and fraudulent. Now, when the formation took place, they agreed unanimously that they should appoint Kwame Nkrumah as secretary. When Gerald Christie realized that there were difficulties going to come his way. Remember the Christian broadcast shooting, which was recalled brilliantly by the earlier speaker, and then the market women and the boycott, Niboni, Usuala Tamanche III, and the agitations in the western region by the youth. Kwame Nkrumah had arrived then. He had really galvanized the country. And as Secretary General, Governor Creasy decided that it was time to put these people away. So he selected 6 of them. There were not only 6 of them at that meeting in 1947, which was convened by Fagrant, financed solely by himself, but there were other people in there. So when Governor Creasy detained them, they were separated. Kwame Nkrumah was left alone in the north with a dog and a police gentle person. It was then that there is some suspicion. I'm yet to really unravel that, to confirm it. I did ask in my own, one of the conversations with Pauli, a very benign old man, my great respect for that man, I can never reduce it at any level. And he said, Esifi, Nana, he put his loving, long arms around me and said, Nana, you said, isn't everything that must be made public? I knew then that Pauli was the one who had been opposed to the idea of Governor Creasy's British divide and rule system tricks to trick them to kind of agree that if they sacked Kwame Nkrumah, they would be released. They all stood up, but agreed that they will change his portfolio into a treasurer. It was Pauli who had told them that you can't do that to this poor man. So by the time that they got back out of jail and went again to Salpond to meet, the people had really got wind of it. And the people went in there at the meeting, broke the meeting, brought Kwame Nkrumah out, gave him a piece of paper and loaned him a pen to write his resignation from the UGCC. Mind you, before all that, Kwame Nkrumah had proposed to the UGCC that they should form, or indeed he had thought about forming, a political party within the UGCC. Where that arrived at, what decisions were taken, nobody knows. But I'm still in on it, trying to talk people who might know. The position then, after the youth had walked out Kwame Nkrumah from that meeting, after the inaugural meeting, was that Kwame Nkrumah had to announce a political party on 12th of June, 1949.
So, Prof, when you narrate, and I've listened to you and Mr. Frimpong, it sounds like a relay race, and the baton just keeps changing, whether it's a 100 by 400 or 100 by, 4 by 100 or whatever. The batons were passed along through several people until it got to Kwame Nkrumah, who perhaps took the final lap and won the race for independence for Ghana. So why then do you have a problem with acknowledging that it was, for example, Team Ghana that won the race and not specifically Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, because people ran from the start before it got to him who completed it?
Well, your analogy is very wrong. There was no kind of relay as such, whether you termed it 100 by 10 or 400 by 4, right? The truth of the matter, as I have stated, is that this is what happened. And that by the time they had gotten there for their second meeting after the inauguration, there was quite a distinction between them. Kwame Nkrumah on one side, and with the exception of Akwaje, who later had defected, but went back quickly to Kwame Nkrumah after an election which he lost, standing against the CPP candidate. Therefore, we say that, yes, the captain plays the captain game. If you want to go back to the sports analogies, well, who was the captain? Who was? If you went biblically or hymnally, the Methodist says Paul was their captain, that World War V. Now, why do we deny Kwame Nkrumah? Some of us, some people think that it was a deliberate provocation, a political provocation to deny Kwame Nkrumah what he deserves, personally. Others think that there were deep thoughts about how politically that it was and how it is that we should recognize not him alone, but the others. After all, when you line up the six, he's there. And so there wouldn't be any trouble about any of us compromising that, look, let's settle this and call it another name. But for sure, the founder is Kwame Nkrumah.
Prof, thank you for speaking to us this morning. Very insightful lenses you've lent to this conversation about Founders Day in Ghana. Professor Nana Isilfi Kondia is a political historian, believes firmly that Kwame Nkrumah is the founder of Ghana and that another day could have been set aside to honor all those who played other roles which were considered heroic in our search for independence. And he's joined us with his thoughts. At the table still, Mr. Alex Frimpong from the Political Science Department of the University of Ghana is with us. You're pretty much recounting, very similar, almost the same stories right up until, you left off at where the party was, the consideration was being made and then Nkrumah being brought in, and Prof continued to the point where Nkrumah defected and started the CPP. Now the conversation is founders or founder. We are where we are. What lessons do we draw from the journey right up until this point? Because I know that you've also written books which look at our elections, especially in this Fourth Republic. Is it still relevant for us to keep looking at the founders, and what's the link to today, 2024?
Thank you very much. I think it's still relevant that we look at what happened. We were making the point, for example, that the UGCC wanted self-government within the shortest possible time and by all constitutional means. And Nkrumah will come with that slogan, self-government now. But we shall ask, did we have self-government now? Because it will go over a period. So it is important that we understand the roles the various people played. He was talking about Governor Creasy. He was the one who arrested those people and put them to the far north in the hope that he was going to kill the new party.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, as the people were moved from the coast to the north, people got to hear of the party. So the party became a national party, and the Big Six became national heroes. After that, it is true, Nkrumah, because he was so vocal and is good at public speaking and so on, has become a well-known name. Then the Wasting Commission was brought in. The point is that what happened, the riots in 1948 took the colonial administration, it shocked them out of proportion. The Gold Coast was regarded as a
safe seat for the British.
If you compare it with our brothers in Nigeria, or even Sierra Leone, where there was a fight between the Crews and the who felt they have been to abroad and come and all that. So they were shocked by what happened. So a 3-man commission was brought to investigate. And it was the Western Commission who actually made elaborate discussions, not only on the political front, but economically and so on. And one of their recommendations was that the Ben's Constitution, which had been introduced in 1946, had outlived its usefulness. They say it was outmoded at birth, in the sense that it was crafted in 1946, but it was as if it was only polishing up what Guggisberg had done in 1925. So the dynamics have changed. So it was the Western Commission which made what I call the revolutionary recommendation that Gold Coasters should be allowed to draft their own constitution.
So then it sounds like then the Big Six should not be considered the only founders, going by what you're saying, because then we'll have all those Aborigines, right, protection people, we'll have the UGCC people, we'll have, you know, all the other freedom fighters who joined later on in the struggle, and it will be a very tall list. Do you side with Professor Kondia's suggestion that keep Nkrumah as perhaps founder and acknowledge everybody else on another day? Because Nkrumah was our last sprinter who took us over the line. What do you think about that suggestion?
I think what we have at the moment is that a special day is being observed for Nkrumah, for that leadership role he played. Then we are putting all others. I don't think it's about the Big Six. All others who have contributed towards our independence. And that is why there is that link between 1897 and 1947. So it is a consideration of all those people, including Nkrumah himself in there.
So Founders Day is Nkrumah plus every other person. So Founders Day, S apostrophe, is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and all the others who played a role in Ghana's independence, attaining independence. Yes. And then September 21 is Kwame Nkrumah's Day. So that's also Founders Day. Because now we are confused. So how many Founders Day do we have? We have the 21st September one called what? Kwame Nkrumah Day?
I think that is the name given to it.
So let's. I think that this conversation could have gone on for much longer than that. But you've written books on elections in Ghana. It's another election year, and you've monitored the terrain since 1951 to 2016. You put that in one book, and how the dynamics have changed since just before our independence, and then the several 30+ years after. Now you're launching another book looking at the 2020 election, which saw an election petition. That's happening on 27th of August at the British Council. Tell us how this whole inspiration came. Why are you tracking elections? The figures are there for people to find out. Why are you putting it in the book? What's the rationale?
The figures are there, but they are scattered. And so it becomes important that we have a document which will cover all these things in a precise manner. The point also is that I teach electoral politics at the university. So basically it is the textbook for my students. But increasingly it's becoming a textbook for everybody, media and all that. So I've tabulated, and in fact some of these things that we are discussing today are all in there. I was going to make the point that, or I've already made the point that we said self-government now. It was a good slogan. It attracted people to the CPP. But there was a time in 1954 when Nkrumah and his people were asked to draft a new constitution. That was in 54. So if you were saying self-government before, and you have opportunity in 54, they should have written the self-government now, this thing. But they wrote something which was for internal self-government. And when people raised that issue, they said CPP, which previously was talking about positive action, has now moved to tactical action when they were already in government. So it is good to learn all these things and how they are impacting.
And you put it all in.
Yes, in actual fact. So that's moving from positive action to tactical action. It's very much relevant in our politics today, where a group is in power, what they say may be different from when they are out of power and the other way around. So all these things are very relevant.
So on 27th of August at the British Council, what time is this starting?
4:30.
4:30 p.m. So all roads leading to British Council, August 27th, for the launch of Mr. Alex Duku Frimpong's new book, Ghana's 2020 Elections. And you can catch his other book on elections in Ghana, chronicling activities from 1951 to 2016. Mr. Alex Frimpong is a senior lecturer at the Department of Political Science at the University of Ghana, and he's executive director at Elections Research and Resource Center, ERRC Ghana. Mr. Frimpong, thank you for making time to sit with us this morning and for adding your voice. Thank you also, Professor Nana Isilfikun, political historian, who joined us on our phone lines to help us better understand Founders Day. The apostrophe before or after the S, some people still contributed to make the Ghana we have now. We must love it, we must protect it, and we must work to make sure it works. This is Breakfast on GTV. We'll be back.